NPCs. Welcome to our actual play of Shadowrun 6th World, Emerald Glitch. I'm Bob, your GM, and tonight we begin the case of the Midas Talismonger. So, let's see, previously on Emerald Glitch, we've had, last time we had Stuffer Shack loss prevention, so there was some fun with Nova and the Stuffer Shack and hunting down old debts that somehow are hunting down old debtors that apparently owed the Stuffer Shack money somehow. And before that, we had our runners were part of Billy Berzerker's security detail. But tonight, we check in with Violet, who's playing a Thursday night gig at Areola 51. Is this Violet's first evening gig in a while, or has she been playing evenings as a regular deal?
I would say that she might have been opening a couple of evenings, but this is probably her first, headlining evening premiere.
And so are you trying out some new material?
Oh, absolutely.
So what do you have?
So I have my underground sensation song of Honeymoon and Fireflies that I'm playing. And then I have a couple of other song titles floating around, but I am going to need either Bob's help or the chat's help to give me a number between 1 and 6 to pick which one.
Let's leave that to chat.
Yeah. So chat, tell me between 1 and 6, what is going to be my second attempt at an underground hit, because you never know what story the dice want to tell.
So the first number in is 5.
All right, so with number 5, Silver and Chrome, which might be a holiday song. Might be a song about a somebody who's cybered up. Hard to tell at this point.
It's a totally Shadowrun song.
That's right.
It's been countrified.
Right.
All right. So we can take another one. We go into... so Tech voted a 1, or Amber voted a 3.
So number 3 would be Lonely in Neon.
Lonely in Neon?
Yeah, Lonely inside Neon.
All right. Definitely potentially another cyberpunk genre country crossover.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Absolutely, the famed Bro Lives Christmas hit, Silver and Chrome.
I haven't heard that name in a long time. So it's at that point, you do see a familiar face in the crowd. Most of these people are sort of, they come and go. But there's an orc male, whom you know goes by the name Denny. And he's a fan. You've seen him at every set you've played the last few weeks. And you heard last week from Toil that Denny's only in when you're playing. So he's following your set schedule, apparently. So far, he's done his routine. He's got a pitcher of Soyweiser ice, and usually orders the wingless wings, eaten with a knife and fork. Tonight's a little different. He still has his pitcher of Soyweiser ice that's now about half empty, but he hasn't touched his food. The wingless wings are just sitting there. The silverware still wrapped in the napkin on the table. As you finish your underground hit, Honeymoon and Fireflies, he smiles, and you see a tear roll down his face. And as you go into the next song, you notice that smile fades as he checks his comm link, which you've never seen him do during one of your sets. And as you're getting into your next song, he leaves that half full pitcher and walks out. So go ahead and make a performance check. All right. So you are happy to receive uh, all the cheers and the hoots and hollers that the normal headliners get here. So you've done a pretty good job of stepping in for whoever didn't show up tonight.
Mm.
And so with that, we'll leave Violet and her set, and we'll check in with Nova. All right. Standing by.
Sitting by.
Meanwhile, at the Stuffer Shack, you're just arriving for your shift. You're on the overnight. And you walk in, and you hear some stuff going on in back. Some things being moved about.
Okay. I'm probably half asleep and really upset. So I go back there very angry.
Okay. So you go back there very angry, and there is your nemesis, Francois or Fezzle or Fred or whatever. You can't seem to remember his name for some reason. This is the guy who just slides right off your memory.
Fido, what are you doing back here?
I'm shelving the stock. The truck came like 2 hours late. And you see he's like throwing stock up. And I mean, as much as you can do a bad job at stocking shelves, he's doing it. So he's not doing any sort of fronting of the stock. He's just throwing stuff up there.
Are you even taking into account what you're throwing up there?
Yeah.
Yeah, what'd you put up there? What's come in?
Cereal, milk, which is not in the cooler.
How much of everything? That's not where milk goes. What are you doing? Are you trying to make this my problem, even though it was something that was supposed to get done on your shift?
I'm trying.
Trying to get on my nerves? Because that's what's happening.
All right. He just sort of huffs and puffs and sort of goes to moving stuff around. He does get the soy milk in the cooler, at least. And he's doing a better job at stocking the shelves, fronting the stock, and seems to be doing it faster than you think he probably was doing it before you came back.
Jesus, Phil, if you'd just done it this way from the beginning, you'd just be done and out of my way.
And you get the sense he's trying to correct you on the name, but the name just escapes you. It's like he said it's from.
It's what? What?
And he's Oh, forget about it. And he goes to the next box and opens it.
Didn't even remember it to begin with.
So he just keeps. He's still unpacking. It looks like he's got another hour or so of work before he leaves for the night.
Oh my god. Okay, so while he's like stalking, if he has like a bag of like soy chips or something like that, I like take a bag out and start eating it right in front of him while just staring him down as if he's like my evening like entertainment.
Yeah, so you pull the and he goes to like it's like pulls the scanner around like he's going to scan it, but can't quite get to the barcode or the ARFID tag because well you're eating out of it. You got to pay for that.
Oh, yeah, I do. I do. You're right. I probably should. You got any new yen on you?
What do I look like? Money bags?
Yeah, hand it over.
Go and make an intimidation test.
Is it unskilled?
It's unskilled charisma then, yes. So intimidation, let me make sure I'm not getting the skill wrong. Influence, thank you. Yes, it is. Wow, one of the many skills that got shoehorned into influence in 6th edition. So if you have that, you can roll it. Otherwise, we'll go with your 0 hits on unskilled charisma.
I have con. That's it.
Okay. He does.
He laughs at me. I punch him in the face.
Okay. Go ahead and make an unarmed strike test. You gain an edge.
My true intentions here, everybody.
Taking edge off of unsuspecting co-workers. Okay. And I need to roll. There it is. Ooh. Not nearly good enough. And there's. Okay, so you crack him across the jaw, and you hear bones pop as he sort of grabs his face and he's like bleeding. He's like, what is this?
Cool. While he's down on the ground, I fish around in his pockets for new yen.
He has 10 new yen on him.
Amazing. And then I lean over and say, do you still want me to pay for these?
He's not even paying attention to you at this point. He's down on the ground. He's still like grabbing his face.
I just step over him.
Okay.
Step over him and go about my day. Hey, Francois, when you feel better, go ahead and sweep the floor while you're at it.
Okay, so after maybe 10 minutes or so, you're up front, sort of looking at you're finished your bag of soy chips. He sort of stumbles out. walks up to you behind the counter. And he reaches under and hits the panic button and goes to walk away.
Oh my god, you see, I have this thing called a stun baton, and I'm just gonna go ahead and use it on him.
Okay. He goes down like a sack of bricks.
Amazing. I tie him up.
And he's sort of twitching.
I tie him up and I wait for the cops to come. I just go ahead and lock him in the freezer.
My God.
They'll be there shortly. It's fine.
Yes, it takes a few minutes. But sure enough, a Lone Star patrol car rolls up. And a couple guys are they have guns drawn and they're running in. What's going on?
I am behind the counter reading a magazine, and I wave it away, and I go, yeah, I have an employee. He just started freaking out. I'm sure he took something. I don't know. I had to stun him out, but he went and hit the panic button. You guys got to take him away.
So why don't you make a contest now?
I told the truth about him hitting the panic button.
So, I mean, they're here. You're pretty sure. I mean, from prior experience working at Stuffer Shack, they're keen on taking anybody away once a panic button goes off because they have to fill out paperwork anyway. So they drag this guy off.
Thank you. You know, I pride myself on managing the store well, and I am disappointed that I've allowed him to just lose it. I should probably ask HR to reconsider making me Employee of the Month this month. And then I point at my plaque with my name listed for like 24 months in a row.
All right. So the cops leave with whatever the guy's name is in tow. And for the next couple of hours, things are pretty blissfully quiet. It's that dead of night sort of thing. So then we will go over to Curie. So what has Curie been doing? You've had, it's been probably a month since you were... Push to talk? Oh. Yeah. Send your mic down, Sarah. All right. All right. So some technical difficulties.
It's the joy of live internet.
Yep. And she's gone. Let's see if she can get back in. If not, we'll move on. Oh, there we go. Oh, we got you now.
Stupid Discord.
All right. So, as I was saying, it's been about a month since you were hired by the Billy Berzerker production. You've had that book for a while.
I'm finished, actually.
Ah. To remind our audience, do you recall the title of this book?
See if I was a good girl and put it in my notes. I think I wrote it down on a piece of paper that has since been had coffee spilled on it, and then.
Oh.
But let me see. Emerald. I did not write it down.
Okay, so there is an entry for it under the sequel trilogy. The book is called Felborn's Treatise.
Felborn's Treatise. Cool. It's in my notes now.
So you should have access to the handout for it.
Oh, okay. Let me go. And it's under
the
top?
sequel trilogy.
Okay.
It's most of the way down. So if you open up the sequel trilogy folder, there it is. Okay.
Okay. Excellent. Big beefy book. Yeah, so basically it's about the prediction that the Roman Empire would fall. But most of the text focuses on the preservation of knowledge that must be minimally necessary to allow civilization to survive and recover from an existential threat. So, like, philosophically interesting, but what does this have to do with anything? Is my follow-up question as I go to return the book to her.
So you go to return the book, and sure enough, let's see. So remember, there's the sort of outer office where there's a staff member there, and you see sort of in the inner office, you do see Dr. Winters.
Mm-hmm. I knock and go. I don't talk to the secretary. I just knock.
You just sort of do the I walk around you and go to the door.
Yeah, it's not even like mean. It's just unobservant and like focused in my. This is where I'm going.
For some reason, the receptionist doesn't put up any. Doesn't even say anything.
Okay.
Either you've been given a green light to go in, or or the receptionist may be there to stop random students and faculty from going in.
Excellent.
But you do knock on the door. Ah, yes. Let's see. You gave her the name. Trying to remember what name you gave her.
Let me pull up my. I think I know. I think it was Alex.
Alex Kingery?
Yep.
Okay. Ah, Miss Kingery.
Hello.
So you've finished Felborn's Treatise, have you?
Yes. Was good to stretch my recollection of Latin.
Very good.
However, I'm a little confused on why such philosophy is relevant to our previous conversation.
Well, we were talking about insurance policies.
Right.
This is an early attempt at insurance policy.
I see.
The use of knowledge as insurance against a dying civilization.
I mean, best to catalog and archive the knowledge we have to pass on to whatever survivors are left, I suppose.
All right. Well, if you're finished, I'll take it back.
I hand it over.
I do have one more if you're interested.
Perhaps.
Or we can talk some more.
Perhaps that too. What is the book?
So she passes you a book, and it is... I'll show that one to everyone. It is also in Latin. This is bound in leather and just says Prophecies on the title page. By
I see.
Nostradamus.
Interesting. I've of course know the summary of this. However, I've never read it myself. Is this a part 2 to the book you've previously given me in terms of the story where?
More of a counterpoint.
I see.
This volume is interesting in that the widely known publication of the prophecies of Nostradamus was in French in 1555. This is perhaps the only original Latin. 1553.
She delicately takes it and almost reverently.
I offer this as counterpoint to the previous, and a bit of discernment. And you pull truth out of nonsense. And you pull the true prophecies from the false.
So you've given me an ancient puzzle book.
Yes. It lacks the banality of Where's Waldo. But you may not think so by the time you've finished.
I have a feeling it will give me as many headaches as the those magic eye puzzles.
Yes, never been able to get those.
Anyway, so I'll read this and return, and in the meantime, I've been working on some astral combat abilities and the ability to heal injury done.
Ah, very good.
Yeah. I would like to focus the next bit on being able to defend myself or attack on the astral on a larger scale, but I seem to have mastered the ability to attack one target at a time. Anything you suggest I practice or look into?
She raises an eyebrow. You mean something along the lines of you've learned a single target monospell and you wish to learn the astral nuke spell, as it were.
That's a less delicate way to put it, yes.
Fair enough. Sometimes more than one astral entity attacks, and yeah, it's good to be able to deal with that.
Perhaps one of the things I would be interested in learning, as I get the time, of course, is to initiate into doing what I noticed you did on our first meeting. Oh, well, our previous meeting. I've been able to center my powers, but being able to mask them would be extremely helpful.
Masking is quite helpful in public. Indeed,
Yes.
I can assist with that.
And unfortunately, the people that I tend to travel with have been very, very public of late.
Ah, Well, I suppose there are always those.
All right. Anything else?
Enjoy the book. I look forward to hearing your impressions.
All right. She just turns and leaves.
Okay. All right, so we'll pick up. This will be the next morning. Okay. So we'll start with Violet. It's early Friday morning. Too early. The Seattle clouds aren't even lit yet. Your comlink buzzes. The early morning show, Get Up Seattle, has just started, so it's about 5 a.m. You're not even sure how that show got piped into your feed, unless they've changed their AR spam again.
Well, since I don't use any kind of AR spam filters, that's probably exactly what happened.
There was a message waiting.
I will check my message.
So the message says, from Denny. Subject, Dead Fans Switch. And the body of the message says, not many know I've come to see you play these last few weeks, but I was on the job and trying to keep a low profile. You're good. Anyway, if you're reading this message, I'm dead. I'm kind of in a hurry, and a large message might be traced, so I have to keep it brief. I've heard you do investigations on the side, and I hope you're as good at that as you are at music. I was a private investigator myself. I dare not name my quarry here, because it might make the message more traceable. I have some notes stashed at my office, and I hope it'll be enough. The message ends, but attached to the message are an address in West Seattle, near Puget Sound, and 5,000 New Yen.
Did the message come through at 5 a.m. or was it there before?
Yeah, it came through at 5 a.m.
Okay.
5 a.m. on the dot.
Violet plays the message again to make sure that she heard that correctly, and then we'll sort of roll out of bed and start. Well, I guess I'm up now. And she'll send a message to the team and tries to send it with like a silent delivery, but instead does the opposite because she's not good with computers. That she has a job.
So you send it in message form and not calling people.
Well, yeah, she doesn't want to wake anybody up.
Okay.
Not intentionally.
So, Curie, you are awakened to perhaps the loudest country song you've heard in a while.
I wanted to make the joke that, yes, I am awakened.
That is dangerously close, ma'am.
I know.
She went puntastic.
I don't know if
Finally happened.
I don't know if it was a pun more than wordplay, but
It's the same thing.
no.
They're definitely cousins.
So we have the awakened person, and we have Nova. You're nearing the end of a long shift. This is, you started the shift with whatever the guy's name was. And at about right around 5 is when the manager comes in the manager's going to take over for the day shift, and says, "I got your application. You know, we're opening a new branch, and you'd be perfect to manage that branch. You've done such an amazing job." And he points to the many Employee of the Month accolades you've amassed.
Yeah, Greg, look at the time. I gotta go. Bye.
And at that point, the loudest country song you've ever heard plays on your comm link.
I give him like a... And then I grab some caffeine and just take it straight up off the shelf in front of him and open it, drink it, and leave.
All right. He sort of shrugs. And you leave the store. The country song is still playing, by the way.
I check it, answer it.
So it's a message. So you're both seeing a message from Violet.
I let her know I'm on the way.
Same. I start looking up bus routes.
Here we go.
Is it time for an awkward bus ride?
All bus rides are awkward.
All bus rides are awkward.
How far away is the meeting place?
Violet would have given her address because she's not sure what to expect from his office quite just yet.
Okay.
It is
So you
artist collective loft kind of area that it was clearly intended for something non-residential, but there are definitely there's weird paints all over the walls. There's weird sculptures that don't belong in a garden, definitely out in the garden, and they're little those foldy doors kind of sectioned off to make rooms. Very fancy.
Oh, the screens.
Yeah, the folding screens
that you've made a makeshift cube farm out of.
Exactly. Yeah.
So an awkward bus ride later, and you have arrived at the this artist collective. It looks like.
I look around, kind of surprised not to see Fisher's van.
You do not see the van. You've seen no sign of Mr. Bell. And so you look up at this building, and there is one loft that's lit. Because it's by now, with the bus ride, it's probably 6:15.
I'll do my usual, and as the bus is pulling up, I leave my body for a second to go astrally perceive and make sure no hellhounds are going to jump me or anything, and then I'll get off the bus and go.
Sure, go ahead and make a sensing test.
You got it. Skills, astral. Oh, it's going to ask me follow-up questions.
Oh, by the way, you've been fully healed, and all of your edge has been refreshed.
I like that. 4 hits.
Okay. So no hellhounds ready to eat your face. You get a mellow vibe in astral space here.
That's interesting. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna get off the bus and head inside.
All right. Yeah, so as you were able to zip through the building very briefly, And you do see that Violet's waiting there, just sort of sitting there. I guess the Trid on in the background.
Is it? Where are the others?
So you guys have shown up now. The door. There's a knock at the door, and the two of them are there when you open the door.
The two of who?
So when Violet, when you open the door,
okay.
Nova and Curie are there.
Well, good morning, ladies. I know it is really early, and I do apologize. I hadn't heard from the boys, so I don't know what's going on there, but I got a weird message, and I was hoping that y'all could help me out.
You like see Curie's shoulders relax? Like all of a sudden she just seems like a little bit like more focused or attentive or open or something.
Yeah, the collective will do that to you. If you are opposed to drugs, we'll just hang outside. I can't control what the rest of these folks are doing. That's all. But it's very relaxing in there. So if you ever need to come chill, I got you covered.
There are people doing drugs in there, and I just walk in.
Well, I mean, sure, I'll give y'all the tour. Come on. So this is our living space that we all share. Ron is supposed to take care of the blankets. He has not washed them yet. I would not touch those. And this over here is our little kitchen area and some pots that are not in great shape, but we do what we want. And then over here, this is all our spaces. So there's some studios over there. And this here is my room / studio. And I don't mind the plants in the back. I can't tend to keep any of them alive. I tried to make it green, but that didn't work out for me. So that's the whole tour. I know, it's very fancy.
This is amazing. I feel like every time Noah goes to like touch something, Violet's just like, I wouldn't touch that if I were you.
Can't guarantee how clean anything is.
Yep.
There may be all sorts of residues. So definitely take it at your own risk. I can't stop you. You are a grown person. But there is a recommendation that if you don't own it, maybe don't touch it because you don't know where it's in.
Incredible.
What do you need, Violet?
So there is a young man who came to watch a lot of my sets, and I sort of got used to seeing him. And I saw him last night when I was performing, and I got a message from him this morning that he's dead. But it was a message from him that he was dead, and that I should investigate why he's dead.
So I do have it as a handout now. I'll go ahead and show it to you. I meant to do that before the stream and hadn't. So,
Violet, do you care that he's dead, or?
I mean, he was a nice young man. He came to watch. He always got him a pitcher of Soywiser and, those wingless. And I noticed because he used a fork and a knife to eat his wings, which is not really correct, but he, I don't know about troll culture if you just use forks and knives for things. And I'm not going to tell someone how to eat their food, but it stuck in my brain pan that I noticed him. Also, he's kind of a big feller, so you tend to notice those.
And he wants you to investigate his murder or take over his case, or what is this?
I think he just wanted me to look into it. He said he left 5,000 new yen, so Can't pay y'all much, but I'll split it with you. And he was a private investigator, and he got an office near Puget Sound.
I'm willing.
Real concerned someone might be listening in. That's why I wanted y'all to come here first.
Yeah, I'm willing to help you, Violet, of course.
I seem to be weighing the odds of some things before I finally also agree.
Well, I'll buy y'all some soy calf when we can head out that direction.
Amazing.
My dog wants to play real bad, guys.
So since we are close to the 9 o'clock hour, this seems like a good place to take our first break. So we will we'll take a 5-minute break, and welcome back. Our runners have just been hired, apparently by a dead man or a dead fan.
All right. Let's go. Let's go check it out. How are we getting there? Should we call a cab?
So we can take the bus. I think it might be a bit of a ride, but I did just get this really cool ad on my AR for Rent a Rigger. I don't know anything about them, but their ads are really good. I should probably see if Fisher can help me turn on the spam filter because I don't know how to do that. But here's the information if we want to rent a rigger.
I don't want to pay for it.
Yes, that is also my reservation.
Do you get free buses?
I'm happy to pay for Johnny Cab, and I'll start calling one up on my.
Okay. Does anybody have a medium lifestyle?
I show you the bottom of my sneaker, Violet, and there's like a hole that's started to form.
Okay. Yeah, so you call a Johnny Cab. I forget if that's actually the name of it in Seattle.
I don't. It might even be made up. I don't know.
There is a grid cab.
Grid cab. We'll go with that.
Which is it's automated. You don't have to deal with a driver.
That's what I was going for.
Yeah, but it is called grid cab because you are limited to grid guide, and it's cheap enough. Let's see here. I just had that open. $0.25 per kilometer. So we'll call that lifestyle, with the understanding that it takes you longer to get places because you don't have your own vehicle, and there are places the grid cab will not go.
Okay. I mean, at least it'll get us close, if not. Hopefully.
Yes, but Billy says there for $5,000 you can buy a Dodge Scoot. Unfortunately, it carries the driver and only one passenger.
Nova's fit. Nova can just jog alongside.
Hey, do I need piloting skills to ride a bicycle, or is that athletics?
Under normal circumstances, there's no role required. It's when you try to do stunt stuff or combat stuff with it that you need piloting for it.
Amazing. I steal a bicycle.
There are definitely bicycles here.
One of Violet's roommates' bikes.
Hey, I'm just going to borrow this, and then I take it and I leave.
Well, she broke your rule, Violet. She touched something that wasn't hers.
You didn't even spray it down first.
It's not even a rule, really. I mean, just it's more of a heavy suggestion to not touch things that you don't know about.
Violet will grab a paintbrush with like a towel wrapped around the brush and do a very crude painting of a bike. with a V underneath it, where the bike was sitting.
Okay.
Just paint it on this on the cement
On the floor.
Yeah.
All right.
I leave the 10 nuyen I stole from Francois earlier, and I put it down.
All right. And the other two of you just get a grid cab.
I guess so.
All right. So yeah, the grid cab will take you to this place, to this address. Grid cab pulls up to a 38-story office building, and there's all sorts of AR spam around.
Did he tell you?
So the address did include an office number. It is room 304.
Did he leave you a way to get inside? I assume it's locked.
I mean, he didn't give me a passcode or nothing, so I guess we'll figure it out when we get there. I
Right.
never had a job from a dead person before.
Even though we don't have a decker, I'm still very positive about helping. I'm very pleased it's a girl's night. So this way.
So the three of you go into the building, and there's a reception desk, but there's no receptionist, and there's a bank of elevators behind. And there's this massive sort of, on both sides, there's this massive AR display with like where offices are.
Allow me to do my search, and then we can go up.
That's a great idea.
Is this office complex clean, dirty?
In the astral?
No, just in like looking around.
Just in general? Kind of middle. I mean, it's clean, but it's fairly well trafficked.
Okay, I'll lean on, instead of sitting on the ground, then I'll lean on Nova and go astral. It's like that lean that just collapses.
Yeah. So she sort of just leans, and then her whole body weight comes down that shoulder.
I do not do any. I just stand there, and then if she rolls off of me, that's sorry.
Oh, Nova. Oh, Nova.
Okay, so you take the knowledge of the room number and go up to the third floor and start looking around.
Yeah, I know I'm not going to know which direction because I can't read things from the astral, but I just want to grid through that floor and make sure there's no spiritual who's-y what's-its.
Go ahead and make it a sensing test.
Okay. Two.
That's kind of disappointing.
Yeah.
But it's enough. There's no place on the third floor that's warded.
Okay.
You do find there are a couple offices where there are watcher spirits hanging around. There's one that has with 2 hits. You do notice a plant spirit in one room, and you notice there is one office. There's sort of a 3-part office. There's like an outer office, an inner office, and there's a closet. And there's a guy sleeping. There's somebody sleeping in the closet that is just gray with a little bit of magic surrounding it.
Gray, so And definitely sleeping?
Subject is dead.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll go back to my body. Dead body in the closet.
So you regain consciousness and you are laying on the floor. And Nova's just standing there over you.
I still wake up like dead body in a closet, and then I realize I'm on the floor and kind of give Nova a look, but I won't say anything.
All right.
Well, I guess dead bodies can't really bother us, so we'll go see if that's Denny.
Yeah, I imagine it's your fan. No astral threats, though, on that floor.
So you did see in that office area on the windowsill there is a plant spirit.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that already.
It sort of slides off the mind, like
Yeah. Yeah. Plants, so not threatening.
Call this one Fern.
Yeah. All right. There is a spirit present, but could be it'd be released if it was his. So someone planted it there. I'm just gonna go.
Back in the day, in order for doctors to study anatomy and teach their students, they had to steal dead bodies for their studies. The theory goes that doctors would illegally hide illegally obtained corpses and skeletons in cupboards and closets. So,
you think someone's doing a study?
Could be Violet. And I pat her shoulder and hit the elevator button.
And the elevator doors open. It looks like the rest of the area. It's the rest of the building so far. It's it's not bright, shiny, and new, but it is relatively serviceable. So you get in, you punch 3, and you go up to 3, and you find the office. So you're outside a door. So Suite 304. And it is labeled Denton Investigations, Peter Denton, PI.
I try the door.
It is locked. There is a maglock there.
Is there a mat or anything?
No, there's not like a welcome mat outside.
Well, I don't know where else to look for a key.
I don't know that in Shadowrun that this works, but I'm gonna try it because Kiri doesn't know decking either. Can I put a hand on the lock, the mag lock, because it's electronic, right?
Yeah, it's a card reader.
So I want to do that and cast lightning bolt into it and see if I can.
All right.
God, we are all getting electrocuted. I'm walking away.
Here we go. So go ahead and make that roll.
I'm walking away. I walked away.
You don't know what I'm doing.
Feet off the floor. Nothing.
6 hits.
Okay. And go ahead and roll your drain.
Okay.
Are you chanting in Latin to center?
Yes, I am. And I am going to. Here's what it says. I haven't looked up my lightning bolt spell. So let's see. I say Fulgar.
Okay. Let's see. So 6 hits. And it does, let's see, it's half magic plus net hits. It's going to roll. Okay, so your lightning bolt sort of jumps from your fingers to the maglock, the card reader, and it sparks and it melts.
I think in my head that I either melted that lock into place or melted the lock, which broke it, and now I can push the door open. So I'm going to try it.
So you push, and it is still closed.
Damn it!
You tried the doorknob, and it is still locked.
Oh!
What is the door part made of?
So it's the standard sort of PI office door. So it's like that half. It's sort of faux wood with like a plexiglass sheet, and it's his like Denton Investigations is sort of stenciled on it.
Oh my god! I popped the glass.
Do you just put your fist through it, or are you trying to do this subtly?
Just put my fist through it. The dude's dead.
Okay.
You've been role playing with her for a while, man. Subtly did.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, so fist through door or through plexiglass. It doesn't shatter. It does sort of pop off as one full sheet and then smacks onto the floor.
Look, we can pop it back in afterwards. This is great.
Well, that's much better. I was going to suggest punching the wall, but yours is much better.
I climbed through the window.
Okay.
I'm grumpy.
I want to roll athletics to see how well I climb through the window.
Hey, if you want to roll, you can roll. Okay. So yeah, you do a sort of tuck and roll, and you're on your feet.
If I rolled low, I wanted to say that I like kind of leaned over through the opening and then like head first slid down.
I mean, you could do that if you want, but you rolled high enough that you don't accidentally do it.
Nah, score's pretty good. I'm a professional.
So what you see in here, it's an outer office. Like there would be if this were like a more professional office, there'd be a receptionist out here. But there's a desk here, but it's completely clean. And there's a similar door without a maglock that apparently leads to an inner office that just says private. And it is sort of ajar.
Oh my god, I used my foot and I toe it open.
Okay. So as you toe it open, it does there's some resistance as it sort of scrapes along some paperwork and assorted other stuff. This inner office is completely ransacked. There are papers and assorted stuff strewn about the room. There are actual file cabinets that have been pulled open and contents just sort of splayed onto the floor. And you do see, so there's a window, and there is a. Go ahead and make a perception test. Okay. So you do see there's a closet. That door is closed. That's a full length faux wood door. And there is a potted plant on the windowsill. The pot appears to be sort of dried dirt, but the plant is fully alive, and apparently it's overgrown the pot.
We're still outside, right? Me and Violet?
You're still standing out in the hallway.
Okay.
Hey, Violet, someone really messed up your boyfriend's office.
I didn't say nothing now about a boyfriend.
Well, you can't call him boyfriend anymore. He's not around.
Well, that's a very complicated thing to think about right now. Can we come inside? Is it safe?
Yeah, you can come inside. It's just dirty. How can he not be your boyfriend? You studied the fact that he, like, ate with a fork and knife for his wings.
He sat up front and was always. I'm very perceptive.
Can I reach in and open the door from?
Yes, you certainly can do that.
Thank you.
There's some resistance because apparently the lock has been melted in place, but you're able to.
You know what?
You'll
Don't
pull
sass
it.
me.
But you were able to like pull the door handle and open the door.
Okay. All right. I'll walk in and go to look at the plant.
Okay.
I want to talk to it. It's a spirit, right?
That's what you sensed it before.
All right. So I'm just going to walk up to the plant and be like, I'm going to switch my vision to astral so I can see if its aura gets pissed off or anything, but gets mad. And then, yeah.
So, good. So, let's see, you had already sensed it too, so.
I didn't do aura reading.
You can go and do an aura reading.
5 hits.
Okay. It is a small plant spirit. It is a plant spirit, Force 2. It appears to be getting madder as you approach it. And then it sort of hisses out. So this, and you hear this, Nova, as this potted plant sort of hisses out at Curie. This is my windowsill.
You can have it.
Dude, no one wants your windowsill.
I know you want my windowsill. There's lots of sun.
All I want is to know what happened inside here, and then we can go and leave you and your windowsill alone.
No, nothing happened here.
Really? There's no dead body in the closet?
Point it reaches for you. So I'll ask you, Curie, to make a reaction plus intuition test.
Cool.
Oh, Chad.
Reaction is 1. Intuition is 3, so I got 4 hits.
All right. So you can just go and roll initiative.
Yeah.
Oh my god, is this plant about to fight you?
Apparently, I rolled an 11.
Just you?
So far.
So far. So you do get to react. You get the sense it is about to take a swipe at you.
I'm gonna, and it's manifested, right? Because it's on the sill.
Yeah, it is materialized, and in fact, Nova, you see this potted plant, sort of reach out tendrils, vines from the potted plant, reaching toward Curie.
All right. So what I'm gonna do then is I'm gonna do an ice spear through it. Hopefully I don't kill it, because I want to be like, one last chance to tell me what I need to know, or you're never going to be enjoying the sunlight again. So,
While
Ice Spear.
while this plant is distracted by her, can I just walk up behind it and push it off the ledge of this windowsill?
The window's not open.
Like
Would it be
into
like push it through the window?
No, I wanted to like just knock it off the sill onto
Oh, onto the floor?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and roll initiative. And we'll add you to the... Ooh. Yeah, that's about right. Okay. Half magic and net hits. Okay, so the ice spear sort of goes through the pot and starts. You start seeing frost creep up the tendrils.
I say my threat.
Okay. Nova, go ahead and make a. We'll just have you make an agility test.
Hey, do I get an edge for using agility?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. So Nova plays the role of a cat here and just walks up and shoves the potted plant off the windowsill. The potted plant sort of shatters, and as it shatters, it sort of vaporizes as it dematerializes.
I turn and look at Nova and be like, seriously?
I have no words. I didn't expect it to just disappear.
Just like a cat.
I'm gonna go get the dead body.
So where are you going?
Go to the closet to where the dead body is.
So you go to the closet, open the door, and there you see there's a golden orc male. So this is a golden statue, life size, wearing you see the tank top. He's covered in a blanket, and he's holding a Browning Ultra Power, and the laser sight is pointing not quite at the door, but sort of off to the side toward the end of what appears to be a bed. So this is a room that's been sort of makeshift converted into a bedroom. It's sort of frozen there as a golden statue.
Did you say that Danny was a troll or an orc?
Orc.
Oh, I had troll in my notes. Sorry.
Hey, Violet.
So in fact, I have a picture of poor Denny. There we go.
Hey, Violet. I found out where all the magic happens for this guy, but you should come look at this.
I didn't know he could do magic. And I will go over and see what Nova has discovered.
All right, so you step into the office and make your way to the sort of side closet from the inner office. And sure enough, there is the closet's been converted into a makeshift bedroom. And there is poor Denny, solidified into a golden statue, pointing his Browning Ultra Power, which is not gold, by the way. So the pistol is not gold, and the clothes are not gold, but Denny is.
Well, he didn't look like that last time I saw him.
So weird. Who would keep a gold statue of himself in his room? It sounds like a waste of money. Hey, Curie, didn't you say there was a body in here?
Yeah, that's it.
This is it?
This, yes. I look at it again in Astral to make sure that, like, this was a person.
So you don't see the living aura anymore, but there is definitely really what you're seeing is sort of dead aura buried in magic.
Definitely a dead person surrounded by magic, so he's been turned to gold.
Violet's gonna pick up something off the floor, like some notepad or some sort of office supply, because she doesn't want to poke him with her finger in case it's contagious.
Go ahead and make a perception test. Yeah, so you're going to pick up something, and you do notice that there is a guitar laying on the floor. It's the same brand of guitar that you play. It's a lower, sort of the entry model of that brand. It has sort of been scratched and dented, and you sort of see where it might have been hung on the wall at some point. And you pick it up.
And I'm gonna turn it around and poke him with the head of the guitar.
Okay. So you're sort of holding the larger end and poking him with the neck, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So as you hold the guitar in this sort of awkward way and sort of poke him, you hear dunk, dunk, dunk.
I think
You're hitting a metal. It's then that you see in the guitar, you see there's something like inside the guitar cavity that's sort of taped to the underside, taped to the inside of it.
Well, that's definitely not supposed to be there. And I'll fish it out.
Okay. So you fish it out. So there is a attached to this strip of tape are a data chip and a silver cred stick.
I think this is our payment, ladies.
I'll slot it in my burner comlink that I have just to check it and make sure.
Yep. So it has 10,000 new yen on it.
10,000.
Oh, he said 5 in his message. So, can you look at the data chip?
If anybody has any computer skills, why don't you roll that?
I have electronics.
Yeah, electronics. Thank you. Okay. You know just enough, and you've dealt with enough new yen transactions that you know. So she said 5,000 new yen was sent to her. That's about the largest that you could send without it being tracked somehow.
So much fear of tracking.
I share that information, and then I say, looks like we get 5,000 new yen each, ladies.
Well, that's awful nice.
Hold on.
Denny just keeps on giving, huh?
Was he a good tipper at the club?
Well, I don't know. We could ask.
What about the data chip?
So you slot the data chip, and it's a collection of files that as you sort of read through them, you get the sense that this is an investigation file that Denny had been investigating something for a name that is familiar to you. I wonder if I have a picture. I do have a picture. Oh, did I use the wrong picture for him? Oh, that's a shame. So the name. And the name of the client is Marin Quazanique. The name sounds familiar.
To all of us?
Yes, because Curie, your spirit, killed him when you guys took possession. When you guys raided his collection.
Yeah, the obsessed guy.
The obsessed guy with the stone hand with a living aura.
Oh no.
But this guy apparently is a collector. And according to the file, Denny has been running an investigation for a couple of months. When a couple of months ago, a gilded rose was stolen from Marin's collection. And as part of the data file, there's some pictures. So there's a picture of from the collection, and then there's a picture of a fresh rose that apparently, I guess by the time the picture was taken, it wilted. But apparently a fresh rose was switched for the gilded rose. Denny was paid in advance for the investigation, but it come up empty until about a week ago when he stumbled onto a Talismonger shop in Snohomish.
Who's the Talismonger?
So the Talismonger is called, the shop is called Mary's Farm, or Mari's Farm. And it's in Snohomish. There are pictures of the inside of the shop that look to be pictures taken at night under minimal lighting. And it's basically it's a tiny shop that's filled with plants, like you would have like you'd have a fruit stand at the side of the road would be filled with fruit. This place is filled with plants. And there's a little side office with a desk and a little terminal. And then there's in that office, there's a little workshop where there appears to be, in the pictures, you see some alchemical supplies.
Hmm.
And then as part of this file, there is also a log from a comm call that he got last night from the Talismonger. And the Talismonger's name comes up in the message traffic, Ishioka Mari. This person hung up immediately but the call log is there. And you think there might be some metadata if only you had a Decker. Or if you can roll particularly well on an electronics test.
Shall I roll my 3 die, ladies?
Well, that's 3 more than me.
Yep.
You got all this tasty edge you've been amassing.
Can I use leadership to inspire her?
Yeah, you can use leadership. Actually, let me check something out. I need to see that side. Yes, you can use leadership as a teamwork test. What is your skill? So Nova, your electronic skill is rank 1, is that right?
Yep.
So you'll be able to get up to 1 hit from this. So instead of 3 dice, you'll be rolling 4.
Nova, you got this. You are the best lady decker that I know.
Oh, that's 3 hits altogether.
All right. Who needs a Decker?
It's ladies' night.
So there is the standard metadata that gets compiled with any comm traffic in the call log. Things like the number it came from, the number they were calling, and as part of that metadata, you're also able to uncover that Denny was broadcasting his SIN and his PI license. So as part of that call, the ID, the SIN, and the PI license would have gone out when he answered the call. Peter Denton, PI.
Mm.
Well, I share with the group.
Do you think they thought it was someone else? When was that call, Bob?
By the timing, it would have been the call that he picked up during your set.
Is the name Ishioka Mari, is that familiar at all?
You can make a. Ooh, do you have Seattle area knowledge?
No, I just got here.
Yeah, if you just got here, it's probably not a name that's obvious to you.
Okay.
Let me see what other knowledge skills you might bring to bear.
Got Aries, runner bars, history, English, Latin, ancient Greek, quasi-resonant precognition.
No. No, you've never heard the name.
Okay.
I mean, it sounds vaguely Japanese.
Yeah. What do you make of this, Violet?
Did it look like he was working for Marin or investigating Marin?
So by the pictures he took of Mari's farm, It looks like, I mean, these pictures are pretty clearly, you break in the middle of the night and take photos. This is straight up surveillance.
Okay. So it looks like he was working for Quasinique?
Yep.
Okay. Well, I think that we killed his client. But I don't know a whole lot about magic. I know a little bit. Curie, you know anything about this rose?
It's just a photo, right? It's
Yeah,
all
so,
the info we have.
There are two photos. One is of a gold gilded rose, and the other is of a regular fresh rose that is slightly wilted.
So, and is the timestamp on the two? Is one come before the other?
Yeah, the gilded rose is a much older photo.
So I don't.
So the sense that you get from this is that the gilded rose was part of Quasinique's collection,
Mm-hmm.
and it was switched out for a fresh rose.
So, all right. So someone stole this, theoretically. Someone stole this gilded rose and left this one in its place. However, how one makes something into gold, considering the super fan we had before, that hand we saw that we didn't touch.
Present company didn't touch.
I'm playing in character where I don't know that Mr. Bell is a son of a. So we don't. I don't know what's become of that hand that we left there, but that would be my guess as to how he got solidified into gold. But I don't know the significance of this rose being stolen other than for the value, and then who did it and who left the wilted one in its place. Perhaps the same person that left that spirit there. I saw its aura. Theoretically, maybe I could identify the mage if I ever ran into them based on the aura of the spirit, but there was nothing familiar about it, right?
Nothing familiar about it. Except, since you did identify the signature on the spirit, it does look like the same. Whoever the spirit summoner is probably responsible for the golden fan, as it were.
Yeah. So I guess if we track down who has the hand, we track down the killer, but that doesn't help us solve whatever he was investigating.
So you also notice that based on the files that you're looking at in the data chip, the Gilded Rose went missing 2 months ago. You have seen the white hand more recently than 2 months ago. That was probably only about maybe 3 weeks ago.
Well, it's possible that, yes, but it's possible that the super fan that we eliminated used the hand to turn this rose into gold for whatever reason, or the previous owner could have as well, since we don't know how long he had the hand. But
Nova, you know lots of stuff about Mr. Berzerker and his illustrious film career. Did he ever deal with stone hands or gold roses or anything like that? Any very special episodes?
I'm gonna roll a memory test.
Sure. Yeah, you do remember there's one very special episode of the Billy Show way back in the day where the villainous mage was wearing a brooch that was wearing essentially a gilded rose as a brooch. And it was something that Billy's friend called a power focus.
Curie, what do you know about power focuses?
Yes, please.
Gilded rose could be one?
We should find this rose.
And with that, we reached the 10 o'clock hour.
I want a new toy. Well, if we're going to take our 10-minute break.
And welcome back. We are still at Denny's office as our investigators/runners figure out what they want to do next.
Bob, you make it sound like we should have made more progress.
No?
So, how do we track down this rose? Like, is that what he wants? Us to finish his job, or are we supposed to avenge his death? I'm confused about our mission.
All he said was that there would be notes that he would leave and hope that we can make sense out of it.
So let's search his office and see if anything else can be found.
Perception roll.
Sure.
Oh. I'll stand here and look at this picture of this power focus.
Yeah, it's now the artifact everybody wants. Nova, you are quite certain that you have found what needs to be found. And you are also kind of convinced that the cred stick and the data chip were meant for Violet, with the implication that maybe she could help solve this case.
Everyone, there comes a time where there's two wolves inside you. And you have to decide which one to listen to.
I wince, waiting for the wolf fact to come up.
Okay, I decided to tell the truth. All right. Yeah, I think we've done what we can here. I think that he's trying to say that Violet can have the rest of this money if she can figure out what's... I don't know. I just wanted to say it was all over with and that we take this money and leave and call it a day.
Well, it looked like he was investigating that plant person. So maybe we go over there, or
Let's start to this Talismonger. That's a lead.
yeah, that's the plant person, isn't it?
Is that the same person?
Yeah. So the Talismonger shop is that's the place you have photos of that's full of plants.
Well, then let's go, I guess.
Okay.
Maybe
So you-
we should bring a windowsill as a peace offering.
No.
That was a joke. I was joking.
That's how it always begins. Pretty soon you're talking in puns.
Nope.
Keep sending those puns in, everyone.
Nope.
We'll wear it in.
I'll take my stolen bicycle.
Okay. So for the record, as I reach for my copy of Emerald City, and I look for how long it's going to take you to travel the entire sort of north-south route.
Oh, get out. No, it's going to take me 10 days. I take the
Yeah.
bus.
So apparently a grid car or a grid cab is called. Yeah, grid cab.
Yes, I would call it grid cap. I'm fine with it.
Yeah, so it's rated for maybe 30 minutes by car. So it would have taken you probably a couple of hours to ride it.
We'll get one that has the bike rack, so you can take it with you.
I
Also,
just-
because I don't know I can replace that bike.
I
just had a image of us driving away in the cab waving at Nova on the bike.
I would definitely road surf and just grab onto the side mirror.
Nice. All right, so you call grid cab.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
Did Amber cut out for anyone else?
If I decided to just grip the side of the grid cab while on this bicycle, what would I have to roll to survive?
For 30 minutes?
For 30 minutes. I'm strong.
We'll do an athletics test.
And hope the GM is feeling much more considerate than I would be in
How
this
does Brian
situation.
feel?
So probably about halfway up, because the grid cab is driving at highway speed.
I'm going to use edge to roll my failures.
Oh my god.
So are you spending 4 edge to reroll your failures? Okay.
The rest of this episode will feature Kiri and Violet while Nova recovers in the hospital.
That's 10 hits, everyone.
That's nice.
10 hits.
That's nice.
So are you
see-
rolling engineering also to relube every part that gets
don't do
melted
this
off?
to me, Tom, stop.
So you do arrive in Snohomish. You are in one piece. The tires on the bike, however, are not in rideable condition anymore. But you have successfully road surfed from downtown to Snohomish.
And I didn't have to pay for that cab.
I was paying for it.
I didn't know if you'd bill me later.
Ridiculous.
While we are riding in the cab, well, some of us are riding in the cab, I would like to try and look up Mari's farm on social media.
Sure. Let's see. Do you have a social media knowledge skill?
I do. I have social media and the Horizon Hip system.
Okay. So go ahead and take an edge for that.
Since I don't have a computer skill.
Unskilled intuition.
Intuition? All right.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty good, considering it was 4 dice.
Yes, two hits on 4 dice is pretty good. Yeah, so you recall from your last visit to Snohomish that it's the farm community, and Snohomish is dominated by 2 agribusinesses, Aqua Arcana and Ingersoll Berkeley. Aqua Arcana produces a lot of the aquatic stuff like krill. Ingersoll Berkeley is as close as you can get to the actual soy plant, what it looks like before it comes out of your dispenser. And what you find is that a lot of Murray's Farm's business is with Aqua Arcana. So in all these social media pictures that people are taking, there frequently is a truck emblazoned with Aqua Arcana parked out front. And the sense you get is that Aqua Arcana is Mari's biggest customer.
And I will share that information.
Do we know anything about Aqua Arcana?
Mostly what I've said. They're one of the 2 big agribusinesses.
But like, are they part of any kind of, like, a subsidiary of any kind of megacorp? Anything in the news about how shady they are, or?
Not really. They're sort of on their own out there, but they are. I forget who they're owned by offhand, but there are rumors, especially with a name like Aqua Arcana. There's got to be mages,
Right.
and so, I mean, using magic to enhance the growth of plants, what have you. That's the rumor that you know of.
Yeah. I mean, lucrative.
Better living through magic.
We thought GMOs were problematic.
Just wait till you get the Shadim infested corn.
Oh no! Kip's concerned. He just looked at me very concerned.
Mm-hmm. So you then arrive at a little shop sort of on the side of the road. It's maybe a step up from the roadside stand. And there's a sign outside that says Mari's Farm. And it is currently closed. Geez, what time is it? It's probably something like, I don't know, 10 in the morning by now?
A plant shop or a talisman. I mean, I guess they don't have to be 9 to 5.
Yeah, it's listed as open from noon to 6.
Okay.
And you don't see any signs of anybody there.
Well, since we're early, I'm going to go ahead and flip to Astral Vision, see if there's any plants outside the store or any spirits that are hovering.
There is not. So as you sort of examine the area, you do sense that maybe the inside there's more life, more magic.
Yeah.
The outside is just sort of blah, sort of a cleared area. You do see with your normal vision, the building's been repainted recently, and the windows are fairly new.
So do you guys see this? There's been trouble here. I think windows broken, they've been replaced. Paint tells me what? blood splatter to cover up damage of some type.
Was there anything in their social media feed about renovation?
Yeah, there was. There was some. There were some posts about renovation or upgrading the facade is what they called it. They did not. They did not indicate why.
What was the date on the post?
Maybe a month ago.
Well, here it looks like about a month ago is when they did the fixing. I mean, I wouldn't say why neither, even if it was just an innocent thing, but
Do you suppose we wait and have a civilized conversation when the store is open, or should we investigate now? By which there are spirits inside, and she's going to know that we were here either way.
well, I think if she's going to know, then we might as well wait. Is there anything else around here?
You see up the road there are some fruit stands. Maybe a quarter mile, and then a little bit beyond that, there's a it sort of enters a small sort of suburban area where there's like a town square. There's like a cafe. Oddly, you don't see a stuffer shack anywhere around.
We might could check one of them fruit stands, see if anybody remembers seeing anything.
Violet, why don't you work your magic and have some conversations?
Okay, if that's okay with y'all.
Please do.
So you wander up the road to so there's a fruit stand. And there's an older couple there, both human, who are selling fruit. You see a car drive up once in a while, and people get out, buy fruit, and drive off. And the old man pipes up. Well, howdy there.
Well, hi, how y'all doing?
I'm doing fine. How y'all doing?
We're doing good. We're
Beautiful day.
Yeah, it is surprisingly sunny for the time of year.
You look like a cantaloupe person. Interested in some cantaloupe.
I don't know if I'm a cantaloupe person or not. I mean, you're the expert, so I'm gonna take your word for it. My friends and I are looking at the flower shop over yonder, and was wondering.
Oh yeah, Mari's down there.
Yeah, do you know anything about it? We're not from these parts. I don't know if you can tell or not. And but a friend of ours sent us out and a recommendation, and we got here a little bit early before we came out. So, can you tell us some more about the flower shop down there?
Make an influence test.
Mm.
Okay. Wow, that's a lot of ones.
It is a lot of ones.
That is dangerously close to a glitch.
Yeah, I got 2 eds for social tests during my first meeting with anyone for depression. Okay. So I would like to spend those 2 and 2 more to reroll all my failures.
Okay.
All right, which one of the...
So the Plus.
The plus.
Hey, folks, while she's rolling that, little tip, Shadowrun 6 tip from Teslan here. A GM can give a player bad luck so that their twos count with an expenditure of edge. So that's always the option if it betters the story for people to do that. That's in Shadowrun 6. That's it.
I can just
Sounds
twist the knife into my flayers.
Sounds real powerful.
Sounds like a good way to make sure you don't have friends.
Wow.
There's no friends in GMing.
That's true. So I couldn't get the little button. Total of 8 successes now instead of 4.
Okay. Oh yeah. She excuse me. She skedaddled out of here real early this morning.
Is everything okay? Is that not normal?
I mean, she didn't stop by or nothing, but I mean, she's been hassled quite a bit lately by the humanist people.
I don't like that.
I mean, she's and he sort of looks around and she's a troll, and I mean, those guys, terrible. I mean, they went by about a month ago and dang near burned the place down. But they found out the hard way. They was messing with the wrong person.
Oh yeah, I love hearing stories about them humanists getting their comeuppance.
Oh man, she had this flower, this sort of brooch that she was wearing, and I saw light gather around it, and like 3 of them went down. Just lights out.
Well, that does sound like a lucky break.
I mean, there was another break-in, and he sort of leans in real close. I mean, there was another break-in a couple nights ago. I called the star, but I mean, we're out here in the middle of nowhere, and they didn't get here in time to catch him. But there was a guy, I mean, I didn't get a good look at him. I mean, he looked kind of a big guy. Not like troll big, but kind of a big guy. I think he like picked the lock on the door and snuck inside. He was in there for maybe 10 minutes or so. I don't know what he did in there, but he came out and walked away. He was long gone by the time the cops got there.
Well, I hate that y'all are having to deal with stuff like that.
Yeah, this is supposed to be a nice neighborhood. I mean, he looks around. It's like, I mean, this isn't like downtown.
Well, no, y'all got way more trees.
We got trees everywhere. She's got a real nice plant collection in there too. I don't think she moved any out. Once she opens, I don't know if she's going to open today. It seemed like she was in a hurry to get out of here. But maybe you come back tomorrow and you can see the plant collection.
Well, we definitely want to see the plant collection. That's why our friend, we come out here.
She's got a real green thumb.
Yeah, I do not have a real green thumb. That is a special kind of magic.
He leans in close again. Don't say that too loud around here. I mean, people make their living off of planting stuff.
Well, that's why I come to buy things, because I can't plant it. So I buy what other people are planting.
So about these cantaloupes.
Well, yeah.
He
Now,
shoves like a couple into your hands.
yeah, I take these cantaloupes and take some for my friends too.
Oh, that's great. That'll be 10 new yen. And he like pops a couple more cantaloupes into your arms.
So, armful of
You want,
cantaloupes.
you want a bag for that?
That might be a good idea.
Yeah, let me get you a bag for that. And he goes and he's sort of gauging. He pulls out like the soy paper sack and loads up your cantaloupes, and it's struggling to hold the cantaloupes, but it does the job.
And I will slide over 25. And say, and I appreciate your time. I know chit-chatting.
Oh, you need some more cantaloupes for that. He like turns to go get another bag.
I just start to leave.
Okay. So you're gone by the time he gets back.
Yeah. I got cantaloupes. I don't know how to eat them. Do y'all know what these are?
Yeah, I think I know what to do. I take out my survival knife.
Stab.
Yeah, exactly. I
Yeah,
stab.
I mean, you've heard, you've never seen it, but you've heard that you got to cut these things open. And I mean, what you see, I mean, what you've seen before is like the prepackaged sliced stuff that you get in the Stuffer Shack. The stuff that's probably gone stale by the time it gets to you, or that wasn't ripe when it got cut.
Ew, it's all just crusty and dry.
So you slice this one open, and it is perfectly ripe. And the smell hits your nose.
And I will share with them
Okay.
what I learned while talking to the very nice farmer.
Bob, how do I find out if I get sick or not from eating this?
In the too much information department, eating real food where you used to just soy stuffers. We'll have you make a.
Wait, okay. So what I would do is I would lick it to see if it was like good. Do I think it tastes good?
It does taste good.
All right, then I eat it, and then I'd like to roll for composure, I guess.
Go and make a body test.
Okay.
It's
It tells the story.
It's not a glitch, but no successes. You can't get a bite of this down. This is, I mean, it tastes good, but it's like, it's so much different. It's like, it's wet. It's, it's different than the dry stuff you're used to at the Stuffer Shack. You can't get it down.
Ladies, this is what you do with it, and then I just chuck it. I throw it. I throw one half away. Just whoosh, shock put it.
Okay.
So you cut it open and then you throw it?
Yep, that's all it's good for.
It's very sticky.
Yep.
Yeah, you do as you cut it open, you do get some of the juices all over you, and it's very sticky.
You just throw it on your enemies.
I'd like to eat mine, and then wipe my hands on my very white but very dirty lab coat.
Okay.
Do I need to make a roll to see if I can stomach
Sure.
it?
Hey, Curie, can I use your lab coat too?
Are we poisoning ourselves on fresh
This is so awesome.
This is so dumb. we can defeat bad guys and we can't eat a piece of fruit.
you might not have ever seen. I mean, you've heard of cantaloupe. You've heard it's like some sort of a delicacy, and it's slimy and it's wet. I mean, do things live in this thing?
This is gross. I mean, like,
And you have to cut through like an outer shell with a knife.
maybe you just lick it because it tastes good, but maybe you're not supposed to bite it.
Well, I like Nova's plan. I mean, if you cut it open and then they get hit with something heavy, and there's so that seems like a pretty smart move there. I mean, he only charged me 10 new yen for it, so I assume that it is weapons grade fruit.
Oh my lord.
You know, I don't know why we do this. Like, we know what food is, and we know, like, you're supposed to eat it, but we act like we're aliens every single time, and just...
This is all you, Amber. You had to ask.
This is your fault. But yeah, frankly, from a realistic standpoint, yeah, you might never have had actual, like, real fruit. Aside from whatever you see in the stuffer shack, whatever you grab off the shelf.
Whatever's been prepackaged.
So with that fun thought in mind, as our three investigators stand outside Mari's farm, debating what to do with fresh cantaloupe, we will take our last break. We'll take a 5-minute break while we tally up the final results from the hashtag RemPC.
Yeah. So hashtag RemPC to enter to win the Shadowrun novels in PDF. There's 2 of them by Brian C.P. Steele, who we interviewed before this show. He's a writer for Shadowrun, among a lot of other properties. And the 2 novels are called Control Issues and Tourist Trapped. And so you can enter to win for free, hashtag RemPC. You can also go to remalternus.com/nuyen to get extra entries for $5 and also have us read something at the end of the show. So, but we'll be back in 5 minutes for y'all. Hey.
Welcome back.
We're back. Go ahead, Bob.
I think we have winners for tonight.
Yeah, we do. And our winner is Petricorian. Yay! Congratulations. Please watch your Twitch whispers, your Twitch chat, and we'll get your info so we can send you the novels. Congrats. Yay! What else do we have to do? There was no puns to read tonight, thankfully. But why don't we do our quick intros?
Not so fast.
Oh no, what just happened? What happened?
A lovely viewer has asked for Jen to read something.
And I will use my normal voice to get all pronunciations correct. Last week included International Talk Like a Pirate Day. Do you know why the pirate alphabet is so long? You'd think it was all the R, but it's actually the...
Did she break up for anyone?
Yeah.
Oh no!
Right
Works
at the
for me.
punchline.
A perfect delivery!
But it's actually...
You'd think it was all the R, but it's actually the 7 C's.
I had to hear it twice.
Yep.
I don't like that.
I liked it.
Well, thank you,
Petra. Do our round table?
Yeah, let's do that. So, Jen, why don't we start with you?
Hi, I'm Jen. I am the owner of the Geek Forge, which has a really cool that y'all.
You're breaking up again, friend.
Well, that's annoying. I am Jen, and I am the owner of the Geek Forge, which is a really cool commercial that y'all have been seeing. We do fire props and other cosplay-related things, and we will be launching very soon a digital cosplay planner to help with your upcoming Halloween costumes. So come join us on Facebook and Instagram, and be on the lookout for that.
Awesome.
I'm
Amber?
assuming I go next. Yeah, I'm Amber. I got to model in Jen's little Geek Forge commercial. I'm holding a fire prop. Let's see, what else? What have I got going on? Not too much on my end. What does everyone plan on being for Halloween? That's a really good thing. I plan on being Russell from Up.
Oh my gosh, I love it! You win.
Thanks. I've been working really hard on it. I just need to go get a bunch of balloons.
Oh. I don't even know that we have planned for Halloween yet. I kind of just looked at the calendar and was like, oh, it is September. So I do not know.
Well, you've
Jen.
got some time, and maybe Jen, when does your cosplay calendar come out?
Next weekend, it should be ready to be released.
Cool.
Well, maybe you can get a cosplay planner and help you plan out your costume until Halloween comes.
I love it. Awesome. Jen, what are you going to be for Halloween?
I will probably be lame and not be anything for Halloween because I have to fly out Monday morning for day job things.
Yeah. Bob?
Yes. So I'm
Are you
next.
doing Halloween?
I have no plans for Halloween so far.
Fair enough. Tell us about you, Bob.
So I'm Bob. In addition to GMing this game, I GM the Chicago Missions campaign on Tuesday nights over on Master of Rem. We're taking a couple of weeks off, but we're deep in the middle of season 7 of Chicago Missions.
Yeah. And I'm Rem. We launched the Shadowrun Kickstarter this week. We've got the Gelatinous Cube Soap Kickstarter. We're relaunching the Nocturne by Night Kickstarter in a couple of weeks, which is the villains supplement for Blood and Justice setting of Prowlers and Paragons. What else is happening? Gosh, I feel like I've done so much. We do audiobooks for Shadowrun. We are here on Gen Con TV. We stream 5 to 6 days a week. So we do a lot. Hang out with us in Discord and come play with us. We do streamathons once a year and fundraisers, and we just are a really great community. So come hang out with us. And gosh, anything else happening that I'm missing? Hey, Tom. Tom's great. Tom makes us all look good. He's the one that keeps pushing the beep boop buttons with the cool banners and making commercials happen. And he's also a GM.
And giving wonderful advice on how to GM.
Worst advice. But on Monday nights, he runs Paranormal Albany on the Master of Rem Twitch channel, which is the Dresden Files RPG. Well, powered by the Apocalypse, but in the Dresden Files universe. And
Cortex Plus, actually, to give credit where credit's due.
It's Cortex. I don't know where. Oh, it's because Streamathon I did powered by the Apocalypse. I don't know. It's late. I'm tired. On Wednesday, he also runs Shadowrun 6th edition Denver, which is a living campaign. So that's really cool. And yeah, so come hang out with us, guys. And thank you all for watching. Did I get everything? Okay.
I think so.
You got everything.
It's really close to bedtime, guys.
Yes. Thank you, everybody.
Bye, everyone. Have a good one.
Good night, sweet dreams.
Hey there, NPCs. Welcome to our actual play of Shadowrun 6th World, Emerald Glitch. I'm Bob, your GM, And tonight we continue the case of the Midas Talismonger. Not Technomancer. I've got Technomancers on the mind, apparently. So previously on Emerald Glitch, we had a concert from Violet, who found out that her fan, her number one fan, was a private investigator who sent her a message titled "Dead Fan Switch." Basically saying, if you're reading this, I'm dead. So we had a ladies' night where the ladies of Emerald Glitch went to Denny, that's the private investigator, to Denny's office, and found that Denny had been made into a golden statue. Somehow. There's definitely magic involved. And there was a potted plant spirit that did not like people threatening its windowsill, but was pretty easily dispatched. Then our runners went out to they did some legwork and searching the office, and they found that that Denny had been investigating a talismonger named Ishioka Mari, who runs a talismonger shop out in Snohomish. Apparently sells talismonger supplies to, among other places, Aqua Arcana, which is one of the big agribusinesses out there. So we pick up, let's see, so at the very end, Violet went to talk with the farm down the road, bought some fresh cantaloupes, and apparently the fresh cantaloupes didn't agree with any of the three of them. They're just not used to fresh food. So we pick up with Mr. Bell. So Mr. Bell, you arrive at the front desk. It's probably about 10 o'clock or so in the morning. And the concierge is there.
Good morning, madame. Early call today?
Good morning, Mr. Bell. Your comlink buzzed a little while ago.
Oh. I'm sorry to have missed it.
You should check it.
Right away.
So as you pick up your comlink and you check, it's a text message from Violet asking for help in looking into a case that apparently a fan or friend of hers had fallen upon hard times, and she was asking for you to meet her, and she gives you an address. But it's a text message.
Mistress, I am being asked to assist in the locating of an individual. No price has been discussed yet.
I see. Your new friends, I take it.
Indeed.
You should go, but you ought to inform your new friends of proper procedures. Take one of our special cards for them. And she hands you a sheet of a very high-end card stock that's A5 size, so like something like that, about 6 by 8 inches roughly. And you're familiar with it. It lists in very clean, minimalistic calligraphy, handwritten, is a list of the bell, essentially the basic protocol. It's the request for bell service protocol, with a list of services that one might request.
I'll be sure to do so.
Make sure your friends have this.
If there's
Green
nothing
Man-
else. Oh,
Green Mansion is a professional establishment that functions on protocol. If we fail on that, we are little better than a motel.
I will inform them.
That'll be all. Unless you have something you want to ask.
I do not, but I trust the item of interest was secured.
Yes, that's a very interesting item. Wherever did you procure it?
From the top floor of a building under the watch of a technomancer. Seemed to be a collector.
Collector. And is this technomancer still living?
I don't remember. Did we kill
He's quite dead.
Oh.
Yes, he was drowned in a water spirit.
Oh, right. Okay. He is off the board.
Well, I guess if needs must. The item is very interesting. If you should find the rest of him, I'd be interested in meeting him.
Very well. And then I leave.
All right. So we pick up with Fisher, who is just waking up from a long night of raiding on his favorite Matrix game. It's like 10 o'clock, and you're really only awake right now because your comlink has buzzed. There is a sort of protocol that's been activated on your comlink where it's kicked. Apparently, the message came in with an audio signal that was immediately shunted to text.
Yeah.
And you see the command there refusing to play, and it lists like the loudest country song you might ever have heard. But the message is from Violet, and it is a text message requesting your assistance. Similarly to Mr. Bell.
Did she? I thought I told them that I was getting ready for that game tonight with my friends. All right.
The message came in at what time did you send that? 5:30, 5:15, 5:30 this morning.
Yeah, I'm way too asleep for that. And when I say I'm gaming with my friends this afternoon, that means sleep, Mountain Dew, sleep, more Mountain Dew, and then finally starting. But seeing the message, knowing he needs some more money, he sort of starts getting ready for the day.
Pay the rent.
Yeah, gotta pay the rent. He in the message, does it say who we're looking at, like who this friend is?
No, it does not.
Then
It gives an address to meet, and says meet at. I'm not sure a time was specified in that text message.
All right. I will try to message back. I don't know if she'll be able to answer me right now because they might be already doing their thing. But I will message and be like, yeah, okay. I'm getting up. Just give me a second. And then he'll be like, all right, you want me to come and pick everybody up? And then he probably gets, does he get a response?
Yeah, so you get a response. So we go back to Violet, to Nova, and to Curie, who were outside the Talismonger shop in Snohomish, after just having their unfortunate reactions to the cantaloupe and deciding that maybe cantaloupes are better thrown. And that is when your comlink rings, Violet.
I'm just getting up. What's going on? Do you want me to come pick everybody up from their house? Sorry, I'm just waking up over here.
We are a piece down the road from houses of any type, really. But we had some cantaloupes that are good for throwing. So if you want to come on out, this is where we are. And I will send a pin.
It's 10 a.m. Okay. All right, I'm on my way. It sounds like everybody else is there. Is everyone there?
Everyone but Mr. Bell. I could not get a hold of him this morning.
All right. I send a message to Mr. Bell with all of my ad blockers on. And it goes, Mr. Bell, I'm sure you are. Like, it's just the most formal, like, worded message saying I'm coming to pick you up, get ready. But it's just like, please prepare the package on, like it is as fake code as it can be, because I have not taken the time to actually learn correct protocol. So it's just me. Yeah,
when you drive up, you find me standing with my arms folded behind my back, directly on the side of the road, like a kid waiting for the bus.
I roll down the window.
Good morning, Fisher.
It's not good. It's too early. Are you ready to go?
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
I'm sure today will be fun.
Mm-hmm. That's why the car drives itself. And then
You seem tired. Do you need some soy cap?
No. No. Maybe. No. They don't. They're waiting for us. We gotta go. We gotta go.
All right.
And then I know what will wake me up. And then instantly he puts on the loudest video game music you've ever heard in your entire life. It's just really, really, like, it's coming from his earbuds. He's just like blaring it. And he's like, ah! Like, but that's how he's woken himself up.
It's just in your headphones?
You can hear it. It's like that loud that's like emanating from headphones.
But somebody who's blasting music so loud from their headphones that you can still hear it.
Yeah. So that's what's going on. And then he shakes his head and the car drives.
So you punch in the address that Violet gave you and hit drive. And sure enough, it drives. We've established that the destination is on Grid Guide because that's how the rest of you got there.
All right. When we arrive, you guys are just waiting outside, right? Then he sort of, the car pulls up.
I sigh frustrated.
I go, good morning, everyone. It seems you guys have been going for a while. Your lovely taxi service has arrived. How can I help you today?
2 stars, you're late.
I'm still here.
The back door of the van slides open. A 2-star rating. That's unfortunate. We'll try to do better.
It's like, we're actually not in the business of ratings. We don't really care. So, all jokes aside, though, what are we looking for? Who are we looking for? What's going on? Like, I heard it was someone you knew, right, Violet?
So it's a young man who was a fan of mine, and his name was Denny. And he sent me a message this morning that said, if you're getting this message, I'm dead. And so we went to his office, and he was, in fact, dead, but also encased in gold.
Oh.
And there was some... there was that rose that was stolen from the other place.
There was definitely a rose. So a recap of the case at hand. Denny.
Yep.
Peter Denny Denton was a PI who was hired by Marin Quazanique, whom you guys killed. That's the guy who drowned in the water spirit.
Mm-hmm.
But he was hired 2 months ago to recover a gold gilded rose.
Uh-oh.
that apparently was switched out for a fresh rose. And so pictures of both of those.
So when he located it, it was actually switched out.
So it was switched out in Quasinique's collection, which is why he hired Denny. He apparently was running into dead ends until he stumbled upon a Talismonger shop in Snohomish. This being the place you're in front of now.
Got it.
There are some surveillance photos or reconnaissance photos of apparently he broke in there a couple of nights ago. And then he got a call from Ishioka Mari during Violet's set. And that's when he walked out.
Got it. So the first thing I'm going to do is search for any like news or tale of anyone being things being randomly turned into gold. That sounds odd, and like someone would post about that on a forum somewhere, right? That's my thing. So matrix search is
yes, you can go do a matrix search.
Yeah, I would want to look into either the very suspicious way that this man died, or B, what they were potentially looking into, but I'd need more information there. But let's start with the way this person died. Don't like that.
So by the by, you guys are all healed.
Oh.
And your edge is recovered to its starting value.
Right. Thank you.
By now, all of your edges have recovered to their starting value.
Okay.
Nice.
So I did roll, and it was like weird. So should I re-roll that?
Yeah, go ahead and re-roll that.
Yeah, much better.
Okay. So you sift through all sorts of legends, the story of the Midas touch, of King Midas. There are, you sort of dig deep and find this, of course, would have to be some sort of a magical phenomenon. You do find there are people who have tried to invent spells to turn stuff into gold. But that's why you have also found that it's fairly common practice for people to not take magical gold.
Why is that?
For just this reason, in case it's been temporarily turned to gold, or in fact, there are spirits who have the power to create temporary wealth.
Got it.
So anything that has sort of a magical aura to it, they want to hang on to it until the aura fades before they'll accept it as real.
Got it. Was there any like residual magic stuff on it? He sends a message to Curie and says, Hey, buddy. Just looking into this this gold finger dude or woman or person. Just wondering, was there any kind of like aura or resonance or that magic stuff that I know you know way better than I do?
The man who was gilded and dead, there was residual magic around him. The spirit that we found on the window, I believe, is connected to this Talismonger, who likely has this rose, this gilded rose that is a power focus that we have identified. That's pretty much what I know.
Yeah.
So thinking back on it, you didn't roll badly, but you didn't roll spectacularly when you were sensing the gold statue. But you do know it was more than just residual magic.
The other thing I just remembered as well, it had a similar aura to it as that hand that was in the Technomancer's apartments. So we should probably, I mean, at this point it's probably been taken already, but we should probably check to be sure. Actually, that gives me an idea. I actually say that part out loud instead of texting it back. Feel free to come back to me if you want to finish this up, but I'm going to call Liata.
Okay, so yeah, we'll come back to you.
You just hop off in the middle of the message. I'm like,
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I was like, it was going so well.
It wasn't a mean thing. It was just I got distracted.
You got distracted, yeah.
Simultaneously,
this person.
while Fisher is doing his deal, I go up to Violet and I say, Violet, Mr. Bell, the Green Mansion is a traditional establishment that prides itself on a strict code of conduct. We have protocols in summons, and I hand her that card that I was given by the concierge and proceed to go like as if he was like buying a timeshare. I go through the entire like process and protocol for the mansion. I'm gonna literally send you all the services. Maybe I'll just put it up in chat for everybody to see, because I would say it loud enough that everybody could hear. Basically, just pitching you membership. Basically, at the Green Mansion.
Like, these are the highly illegal acts that we are willing to do for the right price.
Well, I wouldn't outline them, but I would hand her the card that has all the details on it.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see any of that in y'all's advertisements that I get on my comm device.
Well, we do operate in the shadows to some degree, but here's your invitation, and I actually hand out cards again to everybody around. It's once again like a literal cardstock card with a comm code on it. It says ask for bell service. And actually this time there's a little box in the corner with a green bow on it. It's like a different type of invite.
As I get out of the matrix and see this card, I go, what am I supposed to do with this? And he just like chucks it in a cart, like a cup holder.
You put in the ashtray.
I take the card and I wiggle it like this.
I want to let Curie do the call, but I also want to talk to them after to the other two.
So we'll do Curie's call then. So you call Liata. And let's see. Hello?
Hey, it's Curie.
Bit early, but yes. What can I do for you?
Is it? Business. Are you aware of Ishiako Mari? Is that the name?
Ishioka Mari.
Ishioka. Ishioka Mari. Another Talismonger.
Let's see. What is your connection rating with her?
Gosh, ask me questions. Let's see. There. Contacts.
I think it's like 2.
Social. Connection is 2. Loyalty is 1. I'm new to town, so.
Okay. Yes, I've heard of her. She runs a little shop out in Snohomish. Likes plants a lot.
Any news on her beyond her shop?
Not really. I mean, we don't run really in the same circles, but I know she sort of runs some, does some spell research on the side.
Now, what about an item that is a golden rose that is a power focus? Have you heard of it?
Well, I haven't actually, but that might be something she'd be interested in.
And finally, what about any news about a hand that, when it touches things, turns things to gold? Or any object that could turn things to gold, but
Have you been reading old stories?
Yeah, Midas, I get it, but apparently it's a collector's item that actually does this.
That's very interesting. I'm not sure how much it would be worth. I guess depending on how effective it might be at doing away with someone. Maybe somebody has a thing for making statues.
That's kind of a leap to make. From hand turns things to gold to use it to make people into statues.
Just conjecturing as to what a Shadowrunner might be using it for.
I'm going to ping her 500 new yen. Any other ideas come to mind?
No. What does the hand look like?
A severed hand. It's gross. Pale, I believe.
Pale, severed hand. Okay. I mean, I'll keep an eye out for it, but I haven't seen or heard anything of it.
If you hear anything about it making rounds in the Talismonger network, will you let me know?
Will do.
I forget to say bye and hang up.
All right, so back to the group.
That's why the loyalty is only 2.
Loyalty is 1.
Oh,
But I did pay 500 new yen for the information.
For one temporary loyalty.
I go, all right. So I just tried to look up a little bit on this this gold statue turning people into gold thing. I kept getting like some really old like fable story thing, Midas or something. I don't know what that is. But as far as like magic and people trying to turn stuff into gold, I found some stuff, but nothing credible. What'd you guys find in there?
We hadn't gone in yet because she wasn't open, and we didn't want her to have 2 break-ins in 1 week. We're trying to be diplomatic and see if she'll chat with us, because she hasn't opened until now.
So the posted opening hours are noon. And if you recall, you talked for a while longer with the nice couple at the farm, maybe a quarter mile up the street. And he told you, among other things, that she had come by very early this morning and then left.
So she might not be here, is what we're saying, right?
That she got here earlier and then left. So she may not be coming in today, but it doesn't say she's not coming in.
Right.
Right.
All right.
And the nice folks did tell me that we saw it on the social medias too, that the shop had been a target by the Humanist folks about a month ago, and so they did some renovations on that. So I didn't want her to get the wrong idea of us when we're trying to figure out what happened to Mr. Denny.
Okay.
But I think he broke into her place, and I think she might have been mad at him.
Can I look up some stuff on her real fast?
Sure.
Like what do we already know stuff about her before I do that?
Let's see. You know Not much. That she runs this shop. That she does a lot of business with Aqua Arcana, which is one of the two big agribusinesses in Snohomish. She's a troll, which kind of explains why the humanists have given her some trouble.
They suck pretty hard. So I mean, says the other troll. Just being clear.
Yep.
Cool.
What does the building look like?
Yeah.
So the building looks like it's kind of a built-up fruit stand. Like if you imagine a sort of fruit stand on the side of the road, there's a little building attached to it. And
So
you've seen, and by now you guys could have shared. I mean, there were the reconnaissance photos from inside, and according to those reconnaissance photos, there's most of the place is filled with potted plants and assorted other plants of. And then off to the side, there's like a little, there's a tiny office.
And that's what it looks like inside, but not necessarily what's happening right now inside.
Right. These are pictures that Denny took before he died.
Okay, and I'm imagining when you say that it's like a standalone kind of building, no buildings attached to it on the sides.
Yeah,
I'm gonna take a lap around.
Okay.
I'll cloak and take a lap.
Or I want to spend 4 edge actually to make 2 4s into 5s.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't believe so.
So that's 5 hits.
Okay. So real quick, you take your lap around, and you see there are places where there might be windows, but they all have like little wooden shutters that have been sort of flapped down and locked.
No signs of anybody like currently any signs of forced entry or anything like that.
Right.
Okay.
It does appear to be pretty freshly repainted and renovated.
Okay.
So Fisher, on your search, you get a picture. So there is Ishioka Mari.
We've seen her before, right?
You have not.
No? Okay, maybe.
But the Talismonger shop here is called Mari's Farm. She's a troll, fairly slight of build for a troll. And with 5 hits, you also find that there's a deed to a property about 3 miles from here. That's zoned for agriculture.
Ooh. Anyone want to pay a visit to Mari Ishioka's farm?
If we think she's not coming here, I didn't have much luck the first time, but perhaps a spirit inside has information. So maybe we check that out before we leave.
Yeah, agreed.
Then, without saying another thing, I will glare at Nova and sit down on the ground, leaning against Fisher's tire before I go full astral.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
It's pretty dirty to just sit on the ground like that.
My astral form.
Okay, so you leave your body.
I go as she leaves. So what would happen if we just left? That would be mean, right?
I thought you guys were on good terms now. What is it?
It was just, an idea. And he leans against his van and
All right.
waits.
So meanwhile, so you're going inside, are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Very, very carefully and obviously, clearly, not trying to sneak so that I don't get attacked by spirits. I'm just going to kind of be like, hello, is everything all right here? She's supposed to open, but Is everything good? Customer? Potential friend?
So as you stick your head in, you do see that, I mean, this place is full of life.
Yeah.
Enough that there's extra magic here for those of the plant persuasion. You recognize that as a background count.
Yeah.
It is not as awesome for those of you of less plant persuasions. But you also do see a spirit sort of hanging. So inside there's a skylight.
Mm.
And there's sunlight coming in. And sort of hanging from the four corners of the skylight is this sort of, in astral space, this sort of mass of vines.
Well, hello there.
Hello.
Is Ishiyuka in today?
Mistress is not here. Perhaps you could come back later.
And she's supposed to be open, so I was worried that maybe something happened to her.
You are mistaken. The sun is not yet high.
Smart spirit. Good job, bud. Do you know where I might find her?
Yes.
Would you mind telling her that that I'd love to speak with her?
She says she is closed today.
Well, I do hope she's feeling better. Thank you.
Have a nice day.
I go back to my body very satisfied that I did not get my ass kicked by a plant. And confirm.
Oh, that was fast.
I'm always fast in the astral. So she's not coming in today. We should go to I confirmed that with her spirit. She also knows what I look like now, so not that that's positive or negative at this point, but just a point of information.
Wait, how do you know she's not coming today? What happened?
I talked to her spirit.
Oh, she's got spirits. Got it.
She's, as a Talismonger should be, she's a mage.
Yeah, but I just don't like dealing with it as much as I can. Anyway, so we know where she is. Like, probably. I have at least an address for some property that she owns not too far from here. So if we really need to talk to her, we could do that. Or, I mean, she's the one who hired this PI, right?
No.
What? Wait, I'm confused.
She's the target of the investigation.
She's the target of the PI. Thank you.
Yeah, the guy that we killed a couple sessions ago.
So why are you going in there to find out what she's got? She's definitely suspicious. She's got a spirit protecting the place.
I think what we want is, I mean, if I had a place of business, I'd have a spirit protecting it too, and I'd have a ward, but to each their own. But what we're after is finding out about this rose and where it came from and why and how someone came to be golden. So
okay,
we're figuring out where this rose is.
I just
and that
think
should
in
lead
the
us.
shop of very fancy things that she keeps might be a good place to put a very fancy item that would.
You don't put a very fancy item like a power focus away from your person. You keep it on you to use.
Is that what you magic people do? Is that how that works? Got it.
You magic people.
What? Is that not? Wait, whoa. I didn't mean to offend.
Maybe, perhaps you should stop.
No, just kidding.
Perhaps you are best suited to stop talking and be one of those driving people who get us to our next destination.
I let everyone into the van except Curie.
Out of character.
Yep.
He did wait. So, never mind. I get it. So it was supposedly stolen from the Technomancer's place, and he got okay. And he suspects that. Okay, all right.
That's what I was confused about too. Yeah. Okay.
He suspects that Ishioka Mari has it.
Got it.
And then he got killed for it.
Cool.
So with this fun little awkward tension that we've got going on here, we've approached the 9:00 hour. So we'll go ahead and take our first break, and welcome back. We are, I think, just about to leave the Talismonger shop. Is that right? There was talk of letting everyone into the van except for Curie.
Yeah, because I'm just doing my job, taking the people to where they need to go.
And I think there was also talk about whether or not you should just break into the shop.
I mean, but I was told that magic users don't do that by a magic user, so I'm going to believe them over my own gut. So I'm going to get in the car. But the rude comment about me driving and being just a glorified driver, essentially.
I literally said the same thing to you that you said to me.
Yeah.
Fine. Go face a mage without a mage. Go on.
I said I'm literally listening to your idea and going there. I just want you to not tell me to get in the car and just do what I do.
Hey, Fisher.
Yeah.
Is there room in the back for this bike that I stole?
Oh,
And you see like a bicycle that has like really messed up wheels and like has clearly been going faster than it's meant to go.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, there's some room, yeah. But why? Why do you want that?
I stole it from Violet's roommate, and I should probably give it back.
Oh, okay. Let me move some stuff, and he pushes away some, little random like parts boxes that he has in the back of his truck, his van, and then he helps you put the destroyed bike in there. All right. So we have another address. So are we gonna head over there? Is that the plan?
I start dialing the Johnny Cab, Grid Cab, right? That's what we said it was called?
Grid Cab.
To take me home.
Okay.
Hi. All right, let's go.
Wait, what?
She's decided she
Rickon. Here he gets in the van. We go.
I am not playing the game. I am not playing this game.
If she goes home, does this mean that I get more money?
Yes.
We weren't doing this for money.
There was some money.
There was some from the guy, that's true. But we said we were doing it as a favor to Violet.
I don't know who he is. I don't know who he is, but
everything was fine until the boys showed up. I'm just saying.
That is true. Boys mess everything up.
Mike can't be offended.
I can contest to that.
I haven't done anything.
Well, Miss Curie, you gonna meet us over there? You speak the language of the plants, and you don't want me talking to plants. They're mad at me all the time. Like, not just make my tummy upset, kind of mad. Like we ain't talking, kind of mad. Like, I look at a plant and it just kind of dies.
I'm watching the little map get closer, the car get closer to.
It's about 10 minutes out.
I look over and I go, "Hey, can you tell Curie that I won't talk to her the rest of this mission if she just comes along?"
Yeah. Curie, as much as there can be like out in the middle of nowhere in Seattle that's still in Grid Guide, that's what you're hearing. That's what you're hearing.
You literally locked me out of the car, so
I've
that's why I'm
opened
playing
it.
another one.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, but now I'm afraid that it's going to be that thing where the doors open, and if I stand up and move forward, it's going to start to close, and you're going to start pulling away, and I'm not going to play that game.
I wasn't thinking about that, but that would have been funny.
Not doing it.
But no, I wouldn't do that either. It is funny though. I go, okay, I was wrong. Curie.
As soon as you say that, she stands up and walks toward the van.
Why does that make her so happy?
She's not smiling or anything. She's just on her phone canceling the car.
I open the door. I'm like,
Bob, did she cancel the car fast enough to not incur a fine?
that is the question.
Just paid 500 yen. I think I'm okay with the fine if that's.
Wow, the realism in this game is great.
Yeah.
I need there to be a consequence.
Yeah, so you do incur the canceled ride fine, but we did establish last time that grid guide is within your lifestyle cost.
Oh, fair. Yeah.
Oh man, I love role playing. There's a fee for missing your delivery.
There used to be like my feelings for everyone fluctuates like little bar graphs and stuff, and Nova's is going way down the past couple episodes.
Yeah, Nova's not done too well in Curie's estimation the last session or two. So everybody gets in the van, along with the bike, and you drive. You tell it to go to the other property?
Like in the vicinity of the other property, but I take it it's massive because it's zoned for agriculture, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we should probably check out the place before we just start going on the grounds because they have magic plant spirits, and a farm sounds like a good place to hide plant spirits.
So you do get the warning from Grid Guide. This location is off of Grid Guide. Some manual driving will be required.
I look at Mr. Bell and I go, "Do you want to drive? Because I'm not very good."
I can certainly do that.
It's true. I did not say I was a good driver. That's why I have automatic. I let Mr. Bell drive.
Okay, so you trade seats, and because the back seats are not made for trolls, you're sort of scrunched into the seat.
Wait. I sit in the back seat.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Remember there are two rows. There's like a middle row.
I'm not talking to you, so it's fine.
I go invisible. Fuck this.
But yeah, I got you a little bit. Because he's huge. You're like sitting in his little lap. Like little sitting in his lap.
I hope somebody in chat snipped that.
All right. You have piloting, right? Like, you know how to drive, right?
Hell yeah. Thanks for allowing me to drive for you all, Fisher. Everybody buckle in.
I do.
I don't. And I roll the windows down.
All right. So you guys drive to the property. You'll need to make a piloting test. As you get to this place, this exit from Grid Guide and the paved road, you're about to drive onto a dirt road.
Hey, that's nice. Roll 20.
Very nice. So yeah, you drive onto the dirt road, and it's basically just big enough that, I mean, you might drive a piece of farm machinery down it, but you don't really see any tracks as you drive down this road, and you see in the distance there is appears to be a makeshift a fairly large greenhouse. But it's not glass like regular greenhouse. It's more sort of, it's like a big dome.
I'll go do my astral,
Plastic. Okay.
so that I can see at least what to expect us to face.
Oh yeah, go ahead and make it a sensing test.
And I'll perceive an astral if I can. Because I never use that, and I like have it on my character sheet, and
Yeah.
like, I should, you know.
I feel like because the way you can't see through windows in astral, so I feel like you're like the dog sticking your head out the window while you're driving. All right. Skills. Regular astral. I'll take it.
You do definitely see, both of you see that that area up ahead is teeming with plant life.
Cool, but I'm more interested in the magical plant life, so I'm going to keep pushing.
So you go up to it?
Yeah, so I'm full astral. But what I want to do is kind of circle up and kind of get a lay of the perimeter from above, so I'm not in the middle of all the plants, that I'm like looking around and down onto the property to see, and also looking around me in the sky to see what else is flying around.
So there's nothing flying around, but it is an enclosed dome. You can't quite see through it, but you can definitely see there's like a little bit of maybe there's a stream or something that leads in from one side.
But nothing on the outside.
There is nothing on the outside.
Is the dome warded?
It does not appear to be warded from a distance.
Okay. Then I'm going to circle myself closer. Take another look.
By closer, do you mean look inside?
Not yet. I want to. You said I can't see a ward from here, so I'm going to get
That's
closer and see if there's any other spirits or ward that I see. And then if I still feel comfortable, then I'll kind of do my thing.
You do not see any further spirits or wards.
Okay. Then I'll do my thing.
From like the top or like a side or
Yeah, let's do the top first, because there was that vine thing. Well, hold on. Thinking about it as I'm circling here.
Okay.
There was the vine thing that was on the ceiling in the shop, but this doesn't have a skylight or anything. And it would be hard.
More like it's a greenhouse. The whole thing is essentially a skylight.
Right. So, yeah, I'll choose kind of like not the very top of the dome, but kind of like top side to phase and see what.
Sure, right where one of the vines would have grabbed on. That's fine. I'm kidding.
If it was that big, I'm screwed anyway.
Okay. So I will move us to that map just so you can see what's going on. So inside there's some wooded area. There's a little pond that appears to be fed from the outside. And I mean, there's a lot of vegetation, and you do see Ishioka Mari there. You also see several spirits. You can see one here. See one here.
Oh.
You can see one here.
Thank goodness for astrovision. I wouldn't have seen them with just my regular vision.
Yeah, they're an unfortunate color for you.
Yeah.
So those are all Force 4 plant spirits.
Okay.
And this one here is a Force 6 plant spirit.
Okay.
And you get the sense that Ishioka Mari, since you... let me see her character sheet.
Can I do a real nice astral signature?
Sure. Okay.
Squint my eyes to see her better. My astral eyes.
So she is not masked. She does have Magic 6. And she is currently possessed by a 4/6 plant spirit. You could see the sort of the tendrils reaching out of her in astral space.
Is she wearing a bright glowy focus?
She is. She is wearing sort of on her chest the bright glowy. It is a gilded rose, and with 5 hits, you definitely see that it is a Force 3 power focus.
Oh, that's going to be mine so hard. All right. So looking around the rest of the greenhouse, no other spirits lurking about?
That's what you see. I need to see. That, okay. That.
Oh,
And that. Okay. So you don't think you have been seen. They don't appear to react to you.
okay. All right. I'm going to head on back to my body and come to my invisibility has obviously dropped because I'm not maintaining a spell while I'm in the astral. So I kind of sit straight up and go full. No, there were 3 or there were 4. I can't remember of the smaller ones.
3 of the smaller ones.
3 of the 3 medium strong plant spirits. 1 plant spirit that's at least as strong as I am. She is at least as strong as I am. She has the focus on her, which makes her stronger. And interestingly, she is possessed by a very strong plant spirit. So whatever probably her reaction to Violet's fan is probably not how normally she might react, unless this is some weird symbiotic thing. But lots of spirits. So here's the problem. As I'm thinking all this out loud, this is quite talkative for Curie. I'm caffeinated, so she's caffeinated. So, so I believe, I'm not certain about this, but I believe for possession to attack the spirit without hurting her exactly, I might need to fight it in the astral, which is scary because then I have to fight all of them in the astral. So probably best for if we get into, and it turns into a fight, which it's pretty likely at this point. I stay physical. We fight off the smaller ones that are detached from her, and then we might need to knock her out, which I'm fine with. But I think separating her from the spirit is probably a good way to go. I feel like, as I'm explaining this, that Nova is not paying attention. She's paying attention to her AR feed, which is like apparently sending puns to members of the group.
Nova is actually thinking about just geeking the mage, so.
Oh no.
Yep, sounds good to me.
Hate to waste a good mage, but
Also, this is just me putting it out there. What if what's possessing her is that magic foci rose thing? What if that is what is causing all of these problems?
it's possible. It would be a bit strange that the power focus would be a different force than the being possessing her. But it's possible. But if we know how to separate her from this, we'll find out more later. But the first part is to get this thing hopefully out of her. And of course, it is my preference to keep her alive. A, because magic. B, because whatever she's done clearly isn't in her control. And 3, it might be good to have another Talismonger contact that can get us magical objects in the future.
Also, for the record, Curie, you also saw in astral space there is a sustained spell on her that seems to be running on its own.
So, interesting. So you might be able to use that focus to store spells, or her plant is doing it, but I think I would have seen that. So what is another object?
Could make a memory test.
Okay.
Because you have the Arcana knowledge skill, right?
Knowledge. I didn't know that was a knowledge skill, so I did not take it. But I have quasi-resonant precognition.
You can go ahead and make a memory test.
Okay, so that is somewhere. I do that. Oh, I found it.
Okay. Since you have initiated, you do recognize this technique. It's called quickening.
Oh, so she's not a masker, she's a quickener.
Mm-hmm.
Fascinating. Yeah, I'd love to speak with
Who
her.
are you talking to?
When she's not possessed, I'd love to share thoughts.
So,
She's talking to herself, guys.
Miss Curie, would it help at all if we had a distraction to maybe separate those smaller ones from her, and maybe you can go chat with her?
Potentially, my concern is she or it, for the tree spirit, can speak telepathically. So if she needs backup, they're going to disappear from fighting you and all come rush me while you aren't there. And
Or what about me? What if I go in there and say I'm procuring or I need to buy some stuff from her? I obviously am not a mage. She could look me up and see that. It's very clear. I am a contact person. She's never seen me. As I pull her focus and maybe she has to go and find whatever she needs to find, maybe that's when you guys go in and take care of the little spirits or whatever. I can't help in that fight.
you can. If we... do you have a gun?
I have a stun gun that's not going to work on little plants, I don't think, but maybe it will. Does that work like that?
Physical harm, when they're manifested, is still physical harm. So they can still be defeated when they're on this plane. The problem is if I go astral, then they can all attack me there and leave you alone because you can't touch them.
Fisher, how connected to the Matrix is this greenhouse?
It's probably not. That's what I was going to look at, but I take it if the...
I know you have everything figured out already. You're so good at your job.
But, I mean, it is a greenhouse out in the middle of nowhere, and it's giant. There's it's not even connected to the grid, right?
That's correct.
So
it is.
I can
it is off the grid.
Yeah, that's what stuck out in my mind as we were driving up here. But I can do a check really quick. Do I sense anything?
You do sense a comm link, but that is the only thing you sense.
Okay. So I know it's her.
And that's unfortunately not the backup she's going to be calling for.
Right.
The other thing, putting this out there, we haven't revealed our presence yet, so we could get fire. I look at Mr. Bell. Plants don't like that, so instead of bullets, we could come prepared with flamethrowers.
And hatchets.
The smile you just gave, Roland. Perked up.
Is there anything else in the area besides this? Is there like a shed somewhere, a house, a barn, anything like that?
There is not. This is just a greenhouse. Probably the nearest other structure is a couple 100 meters from here.
What's that?
We'll say it's a farmhouse. It's pretty clearly not on the property.
We don't just have a flamethrower, unfortunately.
You think you have a flamethrower?
Yeah. I was thinking to go over there and ask if they have gas.
Well, hey, I've
douse the area.
got this grenade. Just throw it over there.
That could work in a pinch. I mean, we could always leave and come back. There's not a timeline that clearly she's where she wants to be.
I mean, if we just approach non-threateningly, like, could that work?
We could try the whole what happened with the gold dead guy, but keeping in mind that any answers we get are going to be from the spirit, not from her.
Well, let's just go beat her up.
That says where you can be separated from stuff like that.
Yeah, can't you do an exorcism?
Aren't there... I'm sorry, say that again, Jen. I missed that.
Places where you could go to get separated from your magic, right? Like if you go into a ward that doesn't like those active spells, right?
It is bad to go through a ward.
Wait, do you have wards, Curie?
I mean, I have made wards, but it takes time.
What if we set a trap and we lure her into our wards?
Just like I can see them, she could potentially see them and not. I mean, it's an idea. It's something to do, but that will also take time. Another thing that'll take a bit of time is I would like to summon as many spirits as I can to help offset some of this.
I was thinking that. They're plant types.
My Charmander is going to fight her Bulbasaur. So, but I would like to prepare. I can summon some spirits to help us stand up against such a strong force.
Well, Mr. Danny's not going to get any more dead than he already is. And we have found where we think the thing that he was looking for has gone. So as long as we hadn't tipped our hand that we're looking into her, we could probably be okay with taking some time, don't y'all think?
All right. I'm going to go ahead and start summoning spirits.
All right.
Let's go with, of course you did this adventure, Bob, because you knew that I just invested in a focus for water spirits, and I'm not going to water the plants, all right?
Wait, before you summon your spirit, are we having to leave and come back?
Yeah. That's what we just said we'd do.
But so, I mean, I don't know how spirits work. Is there like a time limit that would make it more favorable for you to summon when we return, or do you need to do this now?
I want to do it now so that I can rest before I get them until the next. I get one sunrise and one sunset out of them, I believe, right, Bob?
So you're close to midday, so you get until sunrise tomorrow.
Right. So I can either wait till sunset to give me sunrise, sunset tomorrow, or I can do it now and have sunrise, sunset till sunrise, so we'd come back tonight. But I think that might be enough time to prepare. But I'll need to rest in the meantime because I'm about to kick my own ass with summoning, so.
Yeah. What are we buying? How are we preparing?
I'll let you guys figure that part out. I'm going to start summoning.
Okay.
What are you
Surely I'm not speaking in character.
4-6 fire.
4-6 fire. Okay. Roll that conjuring.
Could that be considered a aggressive act if, like, they look up and see fire spirits?
I mean, they're not going to be manifested, and I can keep them within the car. So, like, they would literally have to be outside with my spirits outside in order to see them. So,
Are you guys still sitting here while you do that, or were you guys driving away?
I don't know. Why would we need to go gather like fire equipment if we have fire spirits that can set fires?
Because they're fighting the actual plant spirits.
But don't they work in a way that they would ignite things as they are doing things? I don't know.
So what I'm going to plan to do, just to kind of explain, is they've got 2 force 6 spirits. So that's like, I'm mathing here, up to force 12 total, plus 3 force 4, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. The maximum I can summon is up to force 18. Because it's 3 times my magic rating. So we're still outmatched. I mean, yes, we've got you guys too, but if you guys have implements
we're super outmatched. Because I'm trash against spirits. I've been messed up the last 2 encounters by spirits.
But that's why if you go get yourself shit that could help.
You have to come back after I initiate.
Okay, we'll see you in.
How long it's gonna take?
We'll see you in 2 months.
Wait, let's leave the dungeon and come back later.
That's my favorite part of the RPG. Oh, nope, not this level.
We're working really hard for only 15K. I'm just saying.
I'm gonna re-roll on my failures.
Okay.
What if we try to talk right now to her? Just to see what's up, get a feel for the mental state of her and the possessive spirit. And if it seems aggressive, then we come back stronger later. But we should like stick our toe in the water right now. What do you think?
I mean, I was down to talk to her.
We don't know what we're exactly dealing with yet. And we won't know until we ask. This is clearly not in character. But I can't speak in character because I wouldn't say any of this. Ever.
If it goes wrong and she does attack us, though, we're not prepared. Because keep in mind, like, if we go right now and I summon these spirits, even if I'm successful in all 3 spirits, I'm not going into that fight because I'm going to be really hurt.
We're all gonna get hurt.
What she's saying is, if we come back later, she can be ready to fight with said spirits at the same time.
Yeah.
Without starting at a deficit.
My nervousness about it is, sure, all that stuff's true, but no matter if we come back with you super strong as a mage or not, I am always going to get messed up. So I need to make sure that I am completely ready with an escape plan and a way for me to try to fight it without having to use my weak non-magic weapons. That's all. So I just want to make sure we cover all the options. Like, even if talking is an option, we should try to do that. Because I've been hurt real bad the last 2 times we fought spirits. Almost died the last time.
Yeah,
Anybody have any input?
but that doesn't. That
My
doesn't
input
fair,
is
Mr.
stop
Bell.
running away from us and going and fighting things on your own.
I thought that we were all going to do that. That's the reason why I went ahead for it. I thought that's what we were headed to do, is to apprehend that cop.
You didn't talk to us about it though.
Just it's not a character trait.
All right.
That's all.
One spirit is summoned, and I'm A-okay so far.
Can we get you magic bullets or a magic gun?
I don't know, can we?
Sure, I know it's
Those exist in this
Talismonger.
world?
She's right.
I don't think she's
You could
gonna have
break
bullets.
into her shop and take her implement magic item things.
The thing is, as soon as we break in, her plants are going to tell her.
Yeah.
Like,
I'll give Mr. Bell a magic hatchet.
Mr.
Or
Bell, what do you need to be
her.
more prepared?
Yeah, what do you want?
Do you need magical items?
Oh, I didn't say any of this in character.
Right.
I'm just sitting there in the front seat,
This
staring
is
forward, smiling.
Vibes from you.
What's that?
I'm just getting vibes from you, Mr. Bell.
No, you aren't.
Do you
Let's be honest. You're not getting vibes from me.
You know what I think? You're getting vibes from me. You're getting vibes from me. I am very awkward. I keep looking over at Mr. Bell and I'm like, Mr. Bell has literally almost died several times trying to fight magic stuff. And I relay all of the stuff that Roland himself cannot relay about his character. And Mr. Bell can disagree, but that's what I say. 'Cause I'm the bad guy.
Well, Mr. Bell, what do you need to be successful against fighting spirits?
There you go.
Probably a thing that hurts spirits.
Well, we'll probably have to go
I actually
to
don't know. I literally don't know.
Miss Fisher, could you look up the closest place to buy magical items?
It's definitely gonna be her shop.
It's not her shop.
I can look up beyond her shop. Let's go.
Okay, while Curie is saying stuff, I unmuted myself. Mr. Bell does have close combat, and he does have killing hands.
Yep.
Killing hands is
It's good against spirits.
Yeah, it's a good direct attack against spirits, bypassing their magical armor.
I love
the-
that.
What?
But I'm going to get hit still, and it always hurts a lot.
You chose the melee knife wielding character.
Against people. And I'm a sniper also.
It's true. Do you want like a spirit sniper gun? Is that a thing?
I need like lightning bolts to come out of my fingers.
That's actually
Laser eyes.
That's actually that's a possible adept power that you could go for. But in the middle of the adventure to get the spirit killing bullets and stuff, probably not going to happen.
So
should we talk first?
So what?
Before
But you could reasonably go up and be doing physical damage to it by punching it, and then dodge their attack.
Mhm.
Roland, I don't think anyone's saying we shouldn't try talking to it. It's just whether or not we do it right the heck now.
I know. I'm just trying to get everybody's input in, and if everyone wants to do that or not.
I don't think it makes sense to talk to her now. That's my vote.
For what it's worth, I did roll pretty well. I do have my 3 spirits for 6, all of them, but I do have 3 points of stun, so I'm operating at a -1 now. And I haven't cast any of my preliminary spells like increase reflexes, armor, that kind of stuff that I usually do before going into a fight. So I'm likely to have more stun if anyone chooses to do this now.
Mhm. Here we go. Let's take the focus off of me. Fisher and Violet, how do you plan to fight the plant spirits?
I'm gonna shoot it with my little stun gun, and it's gonna come and attack me, and I'm gonna die. That's fine.
Violet?
It's magic stuff. I don't get it.
I have this certified Billy Berzerker axe. It's got a certificate of authenticity and everything.
Wait, where'd you get that?
From that place. That collector that we killed.
From Quasinique's collection.
Yep.
Wait, what? I want one.
Do you want this one?
I mean, if you don't want it, but if you want it, like, it's okay. I just want to look at it.
It just seems axe is good for killing plants.
That's true.
Otherwise, maybe someone's got a lighter. That's about all I got. I can talk to them real mean. They don't really like me, so maybe I can hurt their plant feelings. I assume plants have feelings, and that's why they don't like me. But push them off the windowsills and such.
Yeah, or you could just live like me and not have plants. That's an idea too.
Well, I don't now.
Man, I'm sure Billy Berzerker would know what to do in this situation.
Billy Berzerker would know exactly how to take care of this problem. That is a fact.
And then I pull 2 grenades out, one in each hand.
Oh, see, someone knows what they're gonna do. Curie,
And you're thinking about how Billy Berzerker would solve this problem, and your foot kind of instinctually rises as if you're thinking about kicking open the door.
You know what? No, I actually do it. I do a fake kick open the door and one big step forward.
you kick open my door. I just want to make sure that that's what's happening.
No, I thought we were standing outside the car. We didn't get back in yet.
Okay. Regardless, are you kicking my door? Oh, you're kicking the door into the
imaginary door.
Oh, okay, good.
You're kicking what door?
It's just an air kick.
No door. Yeah.
Okay.
I was nervous there. Billy Berzerker made me a bit more on edge about doors. All right, so it sounds like at least Roland, since Mr. Bell hasn't voiced his opinion, and seems like the rest of the party is kind of okay with coming back. It sounds like that's what we're gonna do. Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. So that's what we do. We drive away.
You're gonna drive away. Anywhere particular you want to go?
Yeah, because I rolled 6 hits on finding a store where I could buy some damaging bullets for spirits for a crime barman stocked pistol.
Okay.
And other assortments of weapons. You guys, I'm really bad at shooting. This is not my prime mode of attack, but I'll do my best.
We know.
You know what? Where are my grenades? Okay, so you do find with 6 hits. Not so much bullets, but you find you think about it for a bit, and you think toil, or if you have another fixer contact,
Yeah.
You think you've seen stories about Shadowrunners against plant spirits, and usually, I mean, one of the tried and true methods is you get some sort of a pesticide or an herbicide.
Ooh, yeah.
And load it into a grenade.
I like that. Let's do that.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. Sounds great to me. And I'm searching to make sure that you just see me hop up out of sort of viewing it, and I'm like, I've got the best idea. And then just to all of your comm links are just all of these trids of just people like putting stuff into grenades with like pesticides. I'm like, this is going to be fun. And then he goes right back into the Matrix.
You know, sometimes I think they should censor the Matrix, but then other times, not so much.
I think of those cantaloupes that that like
Cantaloupes.
no wonder we only eat soy brown.
So as you go to, is it Foil you're going to?
Actually, I think I do have a fixer contact, but let me double check.
Do you have another fixer? Okay.
I have 3 contacts, and one of them I'm pretty sure was a fixer, but I'm just double checking because it doesn't say. Hotshot, maybe? Is that right? Yeah, Hotshot is the name of my fixer, my personal fixer. Loyalty 2, connection 2. There you go.
In a piece of irony, the name of your Deckmeister.
Yep. Yeah. The name of my Deckmeister's Agent Orange. Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, so I call up Hotshot and I'm like, hey, I heard this is a thing that can be done. Hey, it sounds like you were asleep. I know I choked in the last boss of the raid last night. Sorry about that. But I'll make it up to you and I'll give you that special item you wanted me to trade you if you can help me on this next deal. I'm looking for something.
You would make an influence test.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Like I'm good at that.
You're gonna get 2 edge for it.
All right. That means I am unskilled. That's charisma, but I do get a 2 on there. So let's do it. 2. Nope.
But I did just give you 2 edge. You could use that 2 edge. You do have a 4.
I will use that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that rolled kind of a wash. You do. He does come back and say, I've got. It's funny you should ask. I had a couple runners like a year ago asked me for anti-plant stuff.
Huh.
I haven't been able to move these because who wants to spend good New Yen to wipe
Get
out
rid
a
of
tree?
plants. Yeah, like who has time for that?
Yeah, so that item in game, and I've got 6 grenades for 100 New Yen each.
I can do that. I will wire that to you now, and then we'll come and pick it up. Does that?
Perfect.
Or I'll come and pick it up. Sounds good. Cool.
Yeah.
See you soon. And so I'm like, I just got 6 of them. That is 600 New Yen. You said 100 each, right?
100 each.
Yep. Hey, I'm gonna give 1 or 2 to Nova and 2 to well, I guess I'll give 1 to Mr. Bell and 1 to Violet. And no, you guys are probably better, but then I'm not gonna have any. I want 1. I'm gonna keep 1 for myself. Give 2 to Mr. Bell, 1 to Violet, and 2 to Nova, because Nova's probably the one who's gonna actually be murdering things.
Okay.
Well, I'm not real good at these projectile things. If you want to hold on to that for me,
I'll give it to Mr. Bell. Mr. Bell has 3. I don't trust myself either. I just want to pretend like I'm being helpful. So
Run around holding it.
yeah. I'm like, yay. But you do see just a sigh as he goes into the Matrix and sends away a nice level 50 sword for whatever game he's been playing. He's been working so hard and he just lost it.
You think about it, and if you played any later last night, you'd have bound that to your character, and then all would have been lost.
Yeah.
Hey, Bob, did Fisher get ripped off?
Probably.
As a person who owns grenades, do I know if Fisher got ripped off?
For 100 units per grenade, you probably paid a little bit more for your HE grenade.
Okay. Just saying, he couldn't move that product, so I'm sure he could have gotten it for cheaper.
Perhaps if he rolled better.
Yeah, I'm not very influential. Have I influenced any of you to do things? No.
The sigh that he gives off probably tells you that the level 50 sword is the bigger cost to him.
It cuts right here.
So as we picked up our anti-plant grenades, we've approached the 10 o'clock hour, so we'll go ahead and take our 10-minute break. And welcome back. So our runners have just picked up some anti-plant grenades, and looks like Curie has just healed her stun boxes. So are we headed back to...
I did my shopping. Does anyone else want to do more shopping, or we good? Cool.
I'm good.
All right.
We're good.
Roland, you literally have the option to go and buy things if you need to.
Don't even know what I could get that isn't a magical power. So,
Got it.
Back in character. Let's go.
All right.
I'm feeling really good about this battle.
You drive back, so you should probably roll piloting from the part where it.
Hey, don't do Bob's job, man. Hey, man.
That's like one of you reminding Curie to roll drain.
No, Roland literally took piloting because I was like, we need someone with piloting, and I don't.
No, I want to steal cars.
Yeah, that's true.
Go ahead and roll piloting. Since it's been called for.
Sorry.
Hey.
All right.
I go the speed limit.
So you drive back off the grid and up to the vicinity of this this very large greenhouse.
Floral death trap.
I like that. Maybe that should have been the name of the mission.
Ooh, yeah, like a Venus flytrap, like a floral.
Mm-hmm. The floral death trap.
So I look over at Curie, who obviously is the point person on this because Curie's got the magic. You about to be front and center, whether you like it or not. Just don't know how this works, but what should we do? How can we best help you?
Should we attempt to go in and talk first?
Sounds good.
All right. When in doubt, if it does turn into a fight, I will mind link with each of you I'll subvoke in this case so that I can sustain my spells. I will subvoke with you to let you know which spirits manifest are the easier to defeat ones. I will send my spirits after those first. I will send them after the mage and the stronger spirit to distract them while we take the smaller ones out, so we're not getting attacked by so many at once. Does that sound good? And one of the spirits can help us with the little ones. All right. We'll talk first. Violet.
What does the entrance to the greenhouse like? Can you describe that?
Yeah, so there's a little there's like a door.
Double or single?
It's a single wooden door. That's sort of connected by a frame to the rest of the. It looks to be a fairly fragile structure. Let me put some stuff on the board here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes. Okay. So there we go. There's one.
Do you have blocky type spells? Curie? Like shieldy, protecty spells?
I do have armor. Let me check and see if it's self, because I only ever use it on myself. But let me check and see if I could. It's just touch. So if it would make you feel better, I can help armor you up.
Well, not for me. So whoever's going to go in and talk, if it goes awry, I'd like to just break the whole damn greenhouse, and that will give us more of an area to fight from. You know what I'm saying? If it's fragile, just break the whole damn thing.
Knock the entire greenhouse down.
Yeah, that's why I say if there's a protecty thing, the shards of glass can fall.
I don't like that.
I don't do that.
Because for me, I wouldn't want to put one person in danger and like the rest sit out. Like I think if we're gonna go do this, we all go in there. Is
Okay,
what
I'll break it while we're in there then.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're casting armor on.
That's on me because I'm doing my preparation if we're going in.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
And
one
then,
rain.
Yep, let me. And I got to do my increased reflexes too.
Okay, no drain from that one.
Cool.
Nice.
And then increased reflexes.
So 6 hits. Then now remember the drain increases with how many hits you want to keep beyond one.
So I want to do. I believe I usually do 4. Oh wait, no.
Gives you 4 extra dice.
Two is what I usually do, I think.
Okay. Yeah, so each one gives you 1 reaction and 1 die.
So that means.
And each hit beyond 1 increases the drain by 1.
So I get a +2 plus 2d6, right?
Yep. And it'll be 6 drain.
All right, let me do that real quick.
And I think that's the limit for focus concentration.
Oof.
Oh.
That's not good. And I don't have edge, so that's where it is. So I take 4 stun.
Take 5.
5 stun. Cool. I'm gonna be squishy. I have my stim patches ready if I need them. All right, let's see. Is there any other ones that I usually cast beforehand? My focus concentration is 2, I believe. So that means that I still have a spell to use without negatives. So yeah, I'm good now.
Is it focus concentration 2?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so you can sustain 2 spells for free. And so that's armor and increased reflexes.
Yep. All right. I'm all geared up.
Okay. So who's knocking on the door?
I will.
Okay.
I go invisible, even if they can see me.
Okay. So you knock on the door. The door does open. And you see very large but fairly slender troll. She sort of looks down at you. You're not welcome here.
Well, howdy to you too. We got your information from your neighbors down the street, the cantaloupe farmers. I assume they only farm cantaloupes because that's all they gave me. I don't know nothing about plants, but we have some mutual friends, and we were hoping that we could have a chat with you.
No.
I do apologize. I believe you said no, and I would like to politely request an invitation to discuss with you some matters that pertain to you and also ourselves.
Yes, come in. And she offers her hand to you.
So sus. I'd like to use empathic sense, which is a weaker form of a sensing, allowing me to sense the true feelings and health of the targets that I can.
Sure.
It is a minor action.
Yep.
And it is intuition and perception.
And is anyone sensing, like perceiving astrally at this point?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So those of you who are sensing, who are viewing astrally, you do sense a gathering of power as if she's casting a spell.
I figured I wanted to let you respond to Jen and her thing before, like, as she reaches out. I was gonna say, touch spell.
A total sus feeling from this.
So touch spell is what I say subvoke for everyone to hear.
And that's where we'll go ahead and roll for initiative.
Of course it is.
So let's do this.
Do I get a verbal response back, though, before we roll?
Yes.
A verbal response? Sure.
Do I shoot her?
Yes.
All right. Remember to click your token and then roll.
Not to kill, not to kill, not to kill.
Sounds about right.
Well, it depends on how well you roll, Rem, on whether or not I kill.
That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice.
Ah, damn it. I didn't click myself.
Yeah, Bob,
Mhm.
Roland got a 19.
Shit, I got a 27.
Second time?
Nah, it's a 19 the first time. You decide.
All right.
You can either put me in front of the monster or after.
So think that. I need to roll the fire spirits. Hang on a second. I need to.
Yeah, do you want me to?
Hang on. Let me see if I have. I need to make a 4/6 spirit of fire real quick.
Okay. Sorry.
No, it's fine. Fortunately, they're pretty easy with. They're pretty easy with this character sheet. Because I can just drop down to Spirit of Fire and type in the Force. Boom. And let's see if that does what I need to do. So they are currently not materialized, right?
Correct.
Okay. So we'll do that.
Actually, you know what? Walking in, knowing hers are materialized, I would have materialized, but asked them to wait outside
Okay.
until I called.
And so they have 3 more points of initiative being materialized. All right, Nova.
Please arrange us on the board.
So none of you is actually on the board right now except for Violet.
Is where we stand the entrance, basically?
So Violet is standing on one side of the door, and Ishioka Mari is on the other side of the door.
I would like to
So you're going to have to
shoot over Violet's shoulder. Like, I walk up behind Violet and shoot over her shoulder at the lady.
Okay.
I will shoot twice because I have the actions to do so.
Is she standing right in front of Violet?
Yes.
Yeah, because she was offering her hand.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to whisper into my subvoke as well. Grab the focus.
Okay. The second shot's going to miss entirely.
Yeah, can I make her re-roll her successes?
You can spend 4 edge. 4 edge it'll cost you.
Do it.
Okay. On which one?
On the 8 hits.
Okay. And I'm going to make you re-roll all 7 of your hits on the first attack.
Ooh!
Oh, God, yeah. I feel like I'm about to be murdered through the computer screen. I will never make that joke again. Sorry. I hope you still get more than 2.
So the first shot will miss. The second shot will hit. With 2 net, so she's soaking 7p.
I then move away.
Sorry.
Okay, so she does take some damage. You see the bullet enter her, and I mean it clearly caused a wound, but she is not reacting to it.
She's possessed. It's par for the course.
Yep, I definitely move out of the way afterwards.
The fire spirits currently don't have orders. Curie.
I'm going to issue orders and say, and like think at each one.
Yep, it's a minor action per spirit.
So for the first one, I'm going to send him after the mage from behind. Second one, I'm going to send after the Force 6 spirit. That's back behind that tree. And then the third one, I'm going to say to take on the Force.
Okay.
The one that is going after her as well, I tell it to grab the focus if it can. And then I'm gonna hit her. I want to try to sever the spirit from her rather than like hurting her as much.
So you are attempting to banish? Is that what I hear?
I don't have that ability, but I'm wondering.
You do have that ability. You don't have exorcism, but you have banishing. Banishing is part of the conjuring skill.
Oh, well then shit. Yeah, I'm gonna go for that.
You did that once already, yeah? In
I
a
don't
different
remember.
encounter? I think you did.
I played so much Shadowrun. I just
You may recall that banishing is a painful maneuver.
It always is.
Okay.
But one other question I have, Bob, is does Mana Bolt work in the physical?
Mana Bolt is a mana spell.
So only in the astral.
Well, it can affect living beings, or it can be cast on the astral. If you cast it on, since you're currently dual natured, you get to cast it either physical or either on the physical plane or the astral plane.
Okay, so if it's on the astral plane, do I have a better shot of hitting it rather than her?
No.
Okay, so it doesn't matter.
You sense that the two are too entwined for you to target one individually.
Cool. Does Mana Bolt do stun damage, or does it do physical? Shit. The only
just kill her.
The only stun one I have is Blast, then, I believe, right?
Thank you for the last card in your deck.
The what?
Someone in chat.
Yes, reacting to chat.
Oh.
So you are casting. So Blast, you said?
Yeah, is that stun?
Blast, I think. It should say on your spell.
Let's see here.
It should say whether it does physical or stun.
It's stun too.
Yeah.
All right, so much for being nice.
So it is stun, whereas Mana Bolt is physical.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it said Blast says physical.
Oh, it does? Okay, so it is physical then.
Yeah, no, I apparently
clout. Mm-hmm.
I built this to go hard. So
yeah, you did.
In Kiri's head, she's learned the spell. She's been practicing it, so she's going to use it, and hopefully it'll help.
Blast does.
No, not Blast. My Mana Bolt.
Mana Bolt. Okay.
So Mana Bolt, I'm going to try to use that because I've been studying it, I've been practicing it, and now I'm hoping that it gives me a better shot of taking the spirit and disconnecting it rather than hurting her, but I'm doing it. So,
all right, Mana Bolt it is.
Mana Bolt. Amp costs edge, right?
Amp up costs, it's 2 drain per amp up.
What is my drain value on this?
So for Mana Bolt, base drain is 4.
4? Yeah, I'll do 1 amp up.
Okay.
I don't know why I care so much about her, but apparently I do. I really want to learn what she knows.
So everybody else, murder.
6 hits.
Right.
That's pretty good.
It's a willpower test. Oh no, it's
a lot.
Direct magic defense.
And no drain. Holy butts.
Holy butts.
Okay. So she will take 4 boxes of physical damage. This one does look like it phases her a little bit.
Good.
Bell.
How high is this greenhouse?
About 30 feet.
30 feet.
And 10 meters for the rest of the world.
Are you about to Panabon? That sounded a very Panabon statement. How tall is this thing?
But I'm going to get up on it. I'm going to...
Sparkle darts. Sparkle darts. Sparkle darts. I stop this.
30 feet, that's it?
Yes, it's 30 feet tall at its apex.
Okay. I'm going to wall run up to the top of this. Okay. Actually, sorry. Dial it back. Attribute boost.
Okay.
That's seven dice, I believe, which I have to do manually because we don't have it set up.
I think it's 8 dice.
Oh, okay.
It's the rating of wall run of attribute booster, which I think is 2 for you,
Mm-hmm.
and your magic, so it's 8 dice.
Oh yeah, and I initiated.
And it is a major action.
Yes. 2 hits.
3 hits.
3 hits. 3 hits. Wow. Cool.
So you get plus 3 to your agility.
Okay, cool. And then I will use my
Or-
minor actions to get up the side of the
Okay.
gecko tape, gecko grip, glove, pop, stick wherever I land. And that will be my turn.
Okay. So this will last for 3 combat rounds, after which you'll make a drain test. All right, so it comes to spirits. You see this tree in the center sort of uproot itself and start to walk toward the door. And as it does so, I have some fun critter powers to use. So we will do. Where it is. Let's have Violet make a reaction plus charisma test.
Don't like that.
Okay.
Oh, it didn't give me a.
So just roll reaction. So go ahead and roll charisma. I forgot to activate the modifier section on my sheet too. Okay.
Turned on and it wasn't doing it. That's weird.
So whatever it tried to whammy you with, you managed to resist the whammy. That will bring us to the vine spirits. Sort of come toward the door. And they both sort of, as they sort of whip around the tendrils, you see this spore pack just sort of shoot at you. So the first one will attack Violet. And I need a defense test from you. Okay. I need a body plus willpower test, please. Okay. So you take 1 box of stun damage,
Okay.
and you are dazed and nauseated. As you can't quite stop yourself from breathing in the spores. So dazed, your initiative score is going to be reduced by 4. And you may not gain or spend edge as long as you have the status. Curie, I need a similar defense test from you.
What am I rolling?
Ooh, a defense test.
Which is
Under core combat info, it says defense.
Yep.
defense. Now, does that count my armor?
Let's see. It does not count your armor, and you don't get armor from this. Okay, I need a body plus willpower test from you.
Okay. Cool.
So, in fact, roll 2 more dice, please.
Oh, 2 more?
Yeah. This should not have been affected by wounds.
Oh, okay.
Still no hits. Okay. And 3 1s.
I don't do well when things hit me.
Okay. So you take 4 boxes of stun.
Cool.
And you are dazed, which means your initiative is reduced by 4. You may not gain or spend edge as long as you have the status. And you are nauseated.
What does nauseated do, Bob?
Nauseated, at the start of a combat round, you're going to need a body plus willpower test with 2 successes. If you fail, you can't take an action this round.
Oh, shoot.
But it's at the beginning of the round, you'll roll it.
Okay. It's it's the cantaloupe, guys. I'm just
Yep. If you succeed, you can act, but you lose a minor action.
Can I ask a question? It's spores that is causing that, right?
Uh-huh.
If someone were to put on a mask, a breathing mask, would that stop spores? Potentially. Okay.
You think you saw them breathe it in?
Nice.
And now Ishioka Mari goes. She is going to attempt to touch Violet with the spell she has. With the spell she has prepped. So I need to make a.
This metahuman told me no and is now trying to touch me. We are not friends.
You'll be happy to know, however, that she is unskilled in close combat. And that's terrible. So you do need a defense test. Okay.
Nice.
So you manage not to be touched.
It's like you're simply trying to put a booger on you, like that level of skill.
No touch.
Yeah. And she is going to move back into the trees. Violet.
Well. All right. I will. Now, you said I can't gain or spend edge. Can I still gift edge to other players, or does that count as spending?
That counts as spending.
Okay. All right. then I would like to look around and say, well, we tried to talk to her and she chose violence. And I'd like to use a commanding voice to try and convince the plants to stop attacking us.
Okay.
So what would you like me to roll for that?
So that is
sorry. Intimidation.
Intimidation, yeah.
I should probably get that at some point. But until then, I'll use...
So it's influence.
Influence. Okay, and it adds a die roll.
Yep. Plus one back to that.
So a net of 0.
Go ahead and roll that.
Two successes and can't spend edge to do any rerolls.
That's correct. So did you roll 2? You said you rolled 2?
I did. I rolled 2 successes.
I didn't see it pop up. Is why I was wondering.
Oh.
Okay, so they get 2 edge. These front 2. Because they seem to have a seething hatred for you in particular. For some reason that is a quality on your character sheet.
Join our Patreon to find out why.
Yeah.
That was for you, Rem.
That was so perfect. You got me there. Because at first I was like, why? And then you were like, go to our Patreon. I'm like...
I'll kind of move back a bit. Somehow it's still getting through the hate they have for you. But you do have in the back of your mind they have a couple of edge they can spend later. So that was a major action.
Mm-hmm. Can I use my minor action for the empathic sense and looking at the troll?
Sure. So the sensing test will be at -2 dice.
Okay.
Because she's kind of got a little bit of cover from you.
Right, that was 3 hits.
Okay. So not much more than before, except she is fairly seriously injured. And so that will...
only got shot once by Nova, right?
She was shot once by Nova, and she's taken a monobolt.
Oh, yeah. Great, cool.
So she's taken some damage. She didn't appear to react as much to the shot, but she did take the damage. It is Fisher's turn.
All right. So, running, so she's in the doorway. Troll meets troll. I just want to run, as far, a little bit into the place to lob a grenade. What kind of action would that run be? Is that a major action? Is that a minor action? I'd rather throw if I can throw over.
So it'll be a minor action to move.
Cool. That's what
you can move up to 10 meters, so you'd be able to move in as far as where these guys are. I imagine you don't want to move in that far.
Oh no. Just enough to get as much plant matter in grenade blast radius as possible.
Yeah, so you think, based on your raid last night, that this is probably a decent place to get a whole bunch of plant life.
Nice.
And so minor action to move and a major action to throw.
Yeah. Would that be some? Okay.
And it'll put you
So
like
then-
there.
Yeah. Oh, not that far. That's too far in.
Maybe there.
Yeah.
And just a note, the frag grenade is like 20-meter blast.
Okay. So I'm gonna toss it really far. Or at least
So in fact, I'm gonna.
It's pesticide grenade.
We'll say you moved in there. Do you want to still block the door, or do you want to step to the side in case other people want to jump
I want
in?
to step aside in case other people want to jump in.
Okay.
I just want to be inside because I felt bad trying to throw a grenade with my friends in the way, because what if it hit one of them and bounced back? That's not good.
Yeah.
So, I've seen this in a trig before.
So I need an athletics test from you. And where do you want to place it?
I want to get like here,
Where?
like here in the middle of those
Okay.
three things.
In the middle of those three things. All right. So go ahead and make an athletics test.
You guys, this is not going to be good, but I'm trying.
Or if you,
It's good.
I don't know if you have athletics or not.
I do have athletics.
Okay, good. So go
I
ahead and
am-
roll that.
I am a troll. I have some athletics, but I am very weak for a troll. So there's that.
All right.
Got 2 hits.
And then roll 1d6 for me, please.
Okay.
All right. So it kind of lands. It pretty much lands where you want it to. It lands there, and it sprays out this stuff out to about. You probably picked a good place to stop because it sprays it out. It looks to be about 5 meters from the impact point.
Mhm.
And so I need to make some rolls here on.
Does that stuff like linger in the area?
It does not.
Oh,
Yeah, it's not aerosol. It's not aerosol. It's like once it pops, it just coats stuff in a liquid.
Okay.
Well, at least you just keep rolling 2s.
That sounds like roll 20. That's the roll 20. I know.
Yep, I rolled 2s universally. That's awesome. Okay. So you see these things start to sort of melt a little bit. They are not down. Mari seems to be taking the worst of it.
Yeah. I have gained the ire of the plants.
Amazing.
And at the top of the
Do you
turn,
want to mask a minor action? Is that
that is a minor action, yeah.
Got it.
At the top of the round, I need both Curie and Violet to make body plus full power tests.
Is that without wounds?
And it's without wounds.
right.
But all you need is 2, so don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
So it's going to cost you each a minor action this turn as you're fighting back the urge to vomit. And so I think at the top of the round, we're getting a little late. And so I think we'll call it here.
Okay.
And we'll see how Nova, at the risk of Nova ending this in like 3 seconds next time.
Yeehaw!
But I'll give you a week to think about your actions. And
Cool.
we'll go to a final break as we tally up our winners for tonight. And welcome back. I think we have some winners for tonight.
We do. All right. So our first winner, because we have 3 coupons to give away. Our first winner is Powers 209. Yay! You get to play Shadowrun missions online. We have 2 more. One is Voodoo Goth 11, Colin. Yay! And the third is Amber Bela.
What?
More Shadowrun!
More Shadowrun.
She already played Shadowrun missions online.
That seems a little unfair.
So thank you all for playing along with us. We do have something to read as well. And of course, it's for me.
Of course it is.
From Kendermage or Billy the Berzerker in chat. I thought I had won the argument with my spouse about how the furniture should be arranged. But when I got home, the tables were turned. Get it? Get it, Kender? It's funny because wordplay.
This is really good. I like that.
I mean, your reaction is even funnier.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think that's why people just contribute to me.
So
keep poking the gator with a stick.
Yeah.
Something I've been thinking about since we missed last episode. It was unfortunate because if we had walked into that room and found that guy Denny, I would have said, "Hey, Denny, it's statue."
Stop.
And
Didn't get a
with
chance
that, I think we have some. We'll go around the table. If people have stuff they want to announce.
Not anymore.
Roland made his announcement.
I think Roland just killed everything.
Randy, you are muted.
Yes, Roland made his announcement is what I was saying. I was just piggybacking off that. But since I'm talking, I'll just go first because I did it to myself. Hey, everybody. I'm Randy Alvarenga. I am an actor, performer, doing all kinds of stuff. You can find that on Twitter at Roller Raja. That's ROLLER to find some really cool stuff. It's a lot and a lot of things that I can't talk about yet. But October is a big month, so come check me out. I'm tired. Sorry. That's me adding that in. It's really exciting stuff. Come check it out.
I'm Jen, and I run the Geek Forge, and we will be having a very special product launch tomorrow. We will be launching our digital cosplay planner just in time to help you plan your costume for Halloween. And it's going to we have a very fun body model to use for taking your measurements that I think you'll all really enjoy. And there's all sorts of spaces to do all sorts of cool stuff. And it's the way that I get organized when I'm making a costume. So come check out the Geek Forge on our website and our Facebook page to see that tomorrow.
And I'm Amber. Usually I play on Master of Rem's Rem Alternus's Tuesday night stream, but we are on a short hiatus, but we'll be back soon. So I hope you will come and join us when we return on Tuesdays.
All right, so then I'm Rem. I run the channel for twitch.tv/Master of Rem, and we stream 5 to 6 days a week. We haven't talked about our streams in a while, so I'm going to do that real quick. That's what I'll advertise. So we have on Sundays, we'll do Sunday to Saturday. Sunday is Like Clockwork, which is steampunk fantasy D&D that takes place in an original world based off of our comic book, Coddlesworth's Clockwork Circus. So that is Sunday nights. Monday nights is Dresden Files, powered by Cortex Prime. Is that right, Tom? Okay, I finally got it. I kept saying powered by the apocalypse, and that's wrong. So
run by Tom, who's currently
run by
tech.
Our tech, yes, Tom. And then on Tuesday is Shadowrun 5th edition missions. So just like we talked about Shadowrun missions online, these are the 5th edition Chicago missions that we run. They take a lot more time because we kind of just role play through and take our time with them. Bob is the GM of that one, and Amber and Jen are players. And then on Wednesday, we have Shadowrun Denver. This is every other Wednesday, which is 6th edition and takes place in Denver. And then Thursdays, we're here. Fridays, we do different things on Fridays. I think it's in 2 weeks. We will be doing our second trivia night. The first one was really fun. It was 90s TV trivia, and I'm not sure what the theme of this one is, but John makes it a lot of fun. And on Saturday mornings is our predominantly black cast for Descent into Avernus D&D 5e, and that's a ton of fun too. That one is on hiatus until October, but hey, it's almost October, so hooray! So yeah, that's our streams. We do a whole lot of other things. We produce audiobooks, we do Kickstarters. I always talk about the Kickstarters though, so I'm giving it a break. And yeah, that's us. Bob?
So I think you've covered what I'm doing. I'm running the Tuesday night Shadowrun missions. I'm hoping at some point the hurricane leaves Cape Canaveral so we can have an Artemis 1 launch.
Yeah.
Hurry up and wait. But I'd rather it launch when it's ready than have something else happen.
Yeah.
And then I'll just end with I don't know. Does Tom? Do you have any announcements?
Nothing that's already been hit, except that actually one Paranormal Albany is also on our Monday night stream is on hiatus until Halloween. Halloween night we're going to come back with something truly spooky. So if you thought the vampires that attacked the steakhouse was tame and the last episode, plan on upping the threat level on Halloween night.
Is that a season 4 premiere?
That's a season 4 premiere, yes.
Nice. Because you all just had your season 3 finale.
Yep.
Pretty recently.
Yep. Had to change everything, including one of the cast members had to leave because she picked up one of the coins of Daenerys.
Ooh.
Oh my.
Oof. 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 All right then. Well, you'll have to tune in on Mondays at the end of the month. So we will see you over on our channel at twitch.tv/Master of Rem. But until next time, guys, stay safe in the shadows.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Hey there, NPCs. Welcome to our actual play of Shadowrun 6th World, Emerald Glitch. I'm Bob, your GM, and tonight we close the case of the Midas Talismonger. So previously on Emerald Glitch, we following the Cantaloupe incident from the previous week, we finally got in touch with Mr. Bell and with Fisher, who joined our group at Mari's farm, the Talismonger shop. Among other things, let's see. Mr. Bell handed Violet a card, actually a piece of cardstock that lists the Bell services. And says, among other things, you should call and ask for Bell service. Fury took a look inside the Talismonger shop and saw that there was a There was a plant spirit hanging from the skylight and basically said, "We're closed today." Meanwhile, Fisher was doing some research and found that Ishiokamari also owns a piece of agricultural property a little ways up the road, maybe 3 or 4 miles from there. And so you guys went to scope that out. You found that there was a dome, one of those sort of almost a temporary greenhouse dome. It didn't look very sturdy. But at the same time, when Curie did her astral reconnaissance, she found a whole bunch of stuff inside, namely Ishiokamari, who was possessed with a plant spirit. And there were 3 other plant spirits there. So you decided to leave the property and go do a couple of other things, like get some herbicide grenades that Fisher's contact hooked him up with. And after that, you guys came back, and we were in the middle of a fight with Ishiokamari and 3 plant spirits. Let's see. During the first round of that fight, Curie and Violet were sprayed with spores of some kind. You are both dazed, which means you cannot gain or spend edge while affected by the spores, and your initiative scores have already been decreased. So we have Nova at the top of the order as we begin the second round of combat.
Yeah, I'm gonna use an herbicide grenade,
Okay.
and I'm gonna aim for right at.
Kind of the same place where Fisher dropped his before, like there?
Yeah.
Or do you favor somebody in particular? For the record, I mean, on this map, you don't really have to worry too much about throwing range.
Okay, because I don't want it to hit us, so I'm aiming for
Okay.
wherever it doesn't hit us.
And you did see when Fisher threw his grenade, it has a burst of about 5 meters. On this map, each square, I think I set it as 1 meter.
Okay, I'm gonna roll my fragmentation grenade.
Oh, I'm mistaken. Okay, so it has a burst radius of 10 meters.
Ooh.
5 squares. Each square is 2 meters.
Very good.
Oh.
You know what? I'm going to roll my failures.
Okay. I would say don't bother, because they don't really dodge. They don't dodge the same way that you would dodge a bullet, and you don't stage up the damage with net hits.
Oh, well then, what's the point of the hits? Just to
It's
be hit?
So the hits do matter in that it reduces the scatter distance, but with 5 hits, you're pretty good.
I hit all 4 of them?
Yeah, you'll get all 4 of them.
Okay, well then, all right.
Actually, Mari will use a minor action to get out of the way. So you only get 3 of them.
I reroll my I've been tricked by the GM. Never listen to him. Do what your heart tells you.
So, by the way, that's an agility test when you do that throw. So you have attribute mastery agility.
Yeah, I get the.
So that's so I need to roll for them. That's what I forgot to do. I forgot to bring up the character sheets. Okay. And I should bring up Fisher while I'm at it. All right, so let me roll some dice for, we'll do the first, so we'll do the northernmost smaller spirit. Oh, that's not good. The southernmost smaller spirit, okay. And the bigger spirit. Wow. Yeah. That is awesome. Okay, so this northernmost spirit sort of melts away in this herbicide wash, catches the most of it, and it does vanish.
Ooh.
So it's sort of that the grenade blast sort of blasts it away, and as it does, it sort of it dematerializes and vanishes. The other two spirits are pretty bad off. So that will bring us to the spirits of fire. And you gave them, Curie, some orders last time, and that was to take out the spirits.
I had one fighting the big spirit, one fighting the little spirits, and one fighting her.
Okay.
And if it can, snatching the focus.
That's about as close as they can get. Since they were materialized before, you guys have the uncomfortable sensation of beings of fire going around you through this very relatively small door. But I won't make you roll any damage for that. Let's see. So that's the other sheet I need to bring up is the spirits of fire. There they are. So we'll do, first of all, we're just going to do we're going to do elemental attacks on these guys. So the first one, so we'll do against this plant spirit. And that's unfortunate for him, I think.
Yay! I like unfortunate for your NPCs.
Oh yeah, that is unfortunate.
Bye.
That is even more unfortunate. I would have him spend the 2 edge he got earlier, but that's not enough to make a difference. He dies.
Oh boy.
Let's see. This fire spirit is trying to shoot the tree spirit. Oh, I do have one more down there. There.
And if I remember correctly, she was right in front of us because she was offering her hand to Violet.
Yeah, so that was where she was originally. During her first round of combat, she stepped back.
Okay, I did not remember that.
Yeah.
It's okay, I like ranged fighting better.
Frankly, most of you were still outside because Violet's still in the doorway.
Picks up, moves Violet.
Fortunately, Violet is not a troll, so you can kind of squeeze around.
Yay, 6 hits! Go, Fire Spirit!
Fisher had a harder time of it, but he managed to squeeze in. Let's see here. Defense. And it will spend its 2 edge to make your spirit reroll its 2 6s. Okay, so still 5 hits versus 3.
Yeah.
That's the 3 cigarettes. Oh, never mind. The tree spirit doesn't have any edge. So it's 6 versus 3.
Woo!
And that's a terrible soak. So that does knock the tree spirit out. So I can close the tree spirit sheet. And then this other fire spirit rolls in to shoot Ishioka Mari.
Does it have any edge? Because 3 hits sucks.
It does not have edge.
14 dice pool and it gets 3 hits.
Mm-hmm. Par for the course.
Roll 20! Let's see here. She gets an edge for that. And she dodges as this gout of flame just sort of slams into the ground. And you see some fire starting in the brush.
Yeah, light up her shrubberies.
Mr. Bell.
Is 10 my movement? Is that correct? Or is it 15?
You could move 10 meters as a minor action or 15 meters and a roll as a major action.
Okay. So on top of the greenhouse, I run.
Yeah, so you're kind of right above this big tree.
Yeah.
I'll go and move you in there because that's kind of where you are, but above because you were at the apex of the greenhouse.
So, what would it take to break off one of these or shatter one of these panels?
You think you could just, if you jumped, you could probably drop through it.
Well, I don't want to do that. I spin out my Ares Predator and I want to just break it and stay on top. My Predator is hardened as well. That's not a joke.
Well, it is now. So you break out, you pull out your Predator, and you're gonna smash it.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, that does technically take a major action because that is an attack. But
cool. So major action, I will shatter a panel, and then do I have to roll for that?
No.
Okay, and then minor action, I will take aim at Homegirl.
Okay.
With my Ares Predator. Oh, what does it take to change the round? Is that a minor action as well? To change what round I have in my, or is that free?
What change the magazine?
Yeah, I want to change the stick and shot.
Because
the Ares Predator can do it automatically, right? It's got a.
No, so it allows you to eject and replace the mag as a minor action.
Oh, okay. So that I changed to stick and shot, and then I'll take aim at her.
Okay,
and that will be my turn.
All right. Let's see. This one. We have one of these guys left. What is he going to do? Probably not a whole lot, but let's try. All right, then. It will attempt to shoot you, Mr. Bell, up through the roof. But you do gain an edge.
See me.
You do
Okay.
gain an edge from it, and that should be easy enough for you to defend against. Wow.
I'm gonna roll 20. You're silly. I'm gonna spend. That's just ridiculous. Can we just bask in this for a second? The likelihood of that. I'll spend 2 edge to reroll 2, and if that doesn't do it,
So in general, just another reminder, it's usually better to have me reroll my successes.
but I think in this case,
That's true. In this case,
what you rolled is low.
yeah, in this case, you'd be making me reroll 1 and taking the 1 in 3 chance of still getting hit.
Yeah, you're more likely to get 2 more successes.
Well, no, you would spend 1 edge to make me reroll the 1 hit I got.
Oh, true.
But in this case, since I can only reroll 1, you're probably better off doing what you did.
Yeah.
Spend 2 to reroll 2 of your failures.
Do I just hit the pluses? Is that what happens? That's all minuses, right?
No, yeah. So that would be all of your misses. You'll just roll 2 dice manually. We have a gift from chat.
Yeah, our first gift goes to Mr. Bell.
4 edge.
4 edge for you. Tom's feeling sorry for you.
Yeah, because you're still hit with that, unfortunately.
That's stupid.
So are you wearing a respirator perchance?
Nope.
Okay. So I need you to make a body plus willpower test.
Okay. Body plus willpower. 6. Amazing. Bear with me.
Ooh, and a subscribe gift goes to Nova.
Thank you so much.
So that is now, math, 12 extra entries to win the giveaway to Teslon. Thank you.
3 hits, 2 misses.
Okay, so you take 1 box of stun damage. You are now dazed, which means you cannot gain or spend edge. Fortunately, you just gain. So, in cases like this, if chat gives you gifts, you get them.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Chat gets to override rules. Let's see. So that was Mr. Bell. Let's see. No, that was the Vine Spirit. Okay, so Mr. Bell, your initiative is also dropping.
Wonderful.
And then we go to Ishioka Mari. Oh boy, who's in a spot of trouble. It has, okay. Yeah, we'll do that. So you see some of her wounds close up as she heals herself. And she wanders back this way. Fury.
All right, so I'm coughing up a fit.
Yep.
And so I have to make a roll to see if I can act or something?
That, in fact, is the case. So you have to make because you're nauseated.
You're nauseated.
Let's see, because you are nauseated, you have to make a body plus willpower test with a threshold of 2.
There's the body. Oh, wait, no wounds, right?
Without wounds, yeah.
Body. Willpower. Yeah.
Okay, so you made it. So you lose a minor action, but you get to act otherwise.
Okay. I'm gonna direct the 2 spirits that no longer have anything to fight. Oh wait, one of them still is a small spirit, right?
Yeah, so this one here is headed down this way.
Okay, cool. So one is already attacking her, so the other one that lost that defeated its big spirit is going to go for her as well.
Okay.
And so am I. Oh wait, you know what? Actually, is it a minor action or a major action to put my respirator on?
Minor action.
Okay, so I'll do that then.
Okay.
Is it a minor action or a major action to put a stim patch on?
It is a minor. It'll be a minor action to put it on yourself.
Okay, so that's 3 because I usually have 4.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my 3 minors. And
all right, so that's a rating 6 stim patch.
Yep.
Okay.
And then I can cast a spell. So I'm gonna go for Mana Bolt again because I really want to try to get this. If I can, I want to get this tree spirit out of her without killing her. And I don't know. In my brain, I feel like that's helping.
Okay.
Okay. Hey.
Let's see, direct magic defense. All right. So she takes a couple of those boxes back again. So you've now spent a major and 3 minors.
So that's it for my turn. But I'm still perceiving in the astral. Do I see the tree spirit inside her, like try to recoil or anything?
It is still inside her. It is kind of driving her forward at this point. You get a sense that it is the only reason she is still up.
Ooh.
So that brings us to Violet, who needs a body plus full power test. Without wounds checked, by the way.
All right. There's 4 hits.
Okay. So you lose a minor action, but you're still able to act.
Cool. So I would like to basically here's what I'd like to do. I would like to run up to her and smash her in the face with a sticky cantaloupe. I'm trying to do basically like some sort of stun damage and also anger the tree spirit so that it focuses on me so other people can finish taking it out.
So each square is 2 meters. So you can move a little bit in, and you think you could probably remember cantaloupes are for throwing.
Yeah, but I'm not good at throwing. I'm really good at close combat like that.
Unfortunately, it's kind of the option they have.
Well, I'll give it a go because why not?
So that'll move you into, we'll say, let's see, one more there. And then this will be an athletics test.
Oh, okay. I can do that.
Wow.
Not bad, not bad.
Let's see here. That's
Making Bob do all the extra hard work with improvised weapons.
so you smack her right in the face. And it looks like she takes some stun damage from it as the thing just splashes open across her face. And for sure, this plant down here does a sort of let's see. So Fisher had more than one grenade, right? Who got their grenades last time?
I have 2.
You have 2?
I believe.
I had one and I gave it to somebody else.
Okay, so Nova, you had 2, right?
Yeah, I think we have 2 each. It's
Okay.
4, right? Altogether?
6.
6? Oh,
Yeah, so you each had 2. Now Nova has 1, and then Fisher had 2, and now he has 1 because he threw one last turn.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So he's gonna throw because I think he decided that was what he could do, and he's gonna toss at this one. Ooh, wow, that's a lot of 3s and 4s and nothing else. But I think he still has his full edge pool. So why not use it? Oh, wow. 20. That is amazing. So the full scatter distance. The thing about grenades is, well, it's close enough, and close is close enough with hand grenades, and so it sort of lands. I need to roll another distance. It sort of lands over here instead of right on the spirit, but it is still enough with its 10-meter splash range.
Ironically enough, that would not be okay in horseshoes, though. In horseshoes, you would have hit Grandma.
Yeah. Horseshoes, that may be a little far off.
Poor Grandma.
Grandma done got beamed by a horseshoe. And no, I'm not putting that over the air.
Okay.
No, he's saying, and now you'll never know the beauty of Mom's voice.
So it still takes a little bit of damage from it. It is not pleased, but it had been uninjured so far. And so that brings us to, let's see, a quick reorder since Mr. Bell dropped in the order. Now we are at Nova at the top of the 3rd round.
Okay, well, I guess I'm just going to go in there and throw the other grenade at her.
At Marie?
Yeah.
Okay. So that gets you to about there. Oh yeah, that lands right at her feet. And I need to roll a soak for her.
I say run from that witch.
Wow. That's a lot of 5s and 6s. 7 out of 8.
Wind, right?
So it splashes like right up her body and across her face, and she appears to be completely unfazed by it.
That's fine because I have enough I can do a second major action. I'm going to shoot her.
Because you have 5 major actions normally.
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. Take your shot then.
Wow.
There it is. And that's 2 more agility rolls you made. By the way.
Yes. I'm now maxed out on edge.
Let's see, defense, and I need some pretty serious modifiers on defense.
You know what? Since I have it, I'll just, spend 4 edge to, I don't know. Hold on. We'll just see. We'll see.
You gonna let it ride? Right now you have 8 net hits. It sounds like you're satisfied with that. Okay. Ooh. So she takes 9p from that shot.
You know what? I'm going to make you reroll soak. Go ahead and do that.
You're going to make me reroll the 2 successes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
So she takes the full 11p from that. So for reference, most people have a damage track of 10 boxes. And she was already injured. So you catch her right between the eyes, and the back of her head blows, and she falls over. By the way, this spirit goes away.
I win.
So that's Nova. The spirits are sort of hanging there because they have no targets. Nothing happens there. Curie.
All right, so tree spirit is gone. That was in her. What's she doing?
Bleeding.
Is she still alive or
No.
Hey, are you listening?
no? I just wanted to if I can save her, I want to save her.
Well, you have to collect her face, I think, first.
So you want to run up to her? I mean, I think you wanted to run up to her anyway because she's got that sweet power focus.
Yeah, I still have my astral vision on, so I want to get a good look at it now that nothing's attacking us.
Okay.
Body.
So we'll drop out of rounds. That's fine. And as you walk up, what's everybody else doing?
So I'm pointing down my gun into the hole, and then I get a face full of spore, and through my toothy smile, I guess I inhale a bunch of it.
Yep, that's exactly how it went down.
Yeah.
I leave the greenhouse before I can breathe anything else in.
So you do notice those of you who had been spored, that has gone away now.
Okay, cool.
That seems to have gone. That seems to have faded with the spirits.
2 of my fire spirits are gone now. By the way, services are over.
Okay.
Violet looks very excited that the cantaloupe seemed to have helped. And then leaves the greenhouse without touching anything for fear of causing more plant death.
Okay. So Nova and Violet have both stepped out. Fisher will follow you. Mr. Bell's sort of standing looking down into the place.
I will gecko grip with my hands on both sides of the greenhouse and hang my head down, and I'll say to Curie, should we ask her questions?
It's at this point that you see from about here some green viney tendrils reach up out of the ground. And one of them grabs Ishiokamari around what's left of her neck, raises her up, and you hear in your head, Ishiokamari, you have failed me. But even in failure, your name brings nourishment. One of the other vines will try to attack Curie.
Of course it will.
Oh. Is that originating from where her icon is on the map currently, or
from the center of that little clearing?
Yeah, aren't you paying attention?
Oh, I fully am.
From right there.
The inner mind.
So I will actually drag her over to where. So now she's where the plant, or where the tendril has dragged her.
As it's dragging her, and we hear that in our head, here you can see me like just laughing. Like
so I need a
nervous maniacal laugh.
I need a defense roll from Curie.
Okay, so that is reaction plus intuition?
Yes. There should be a defense on your character sheet, but that's okay.
Okay. I rolled 2, so I matched it.
Okay, so it does grapple you.
Well then no. Is Edge refreshed?
No.
Oh shoot. What can I do with one die?
If you have one edge, you can either make me re-roll one die or have you re-roll one die.
Yeah, you re-roll one die.
Okay.
Mother. I'm grappled.
Yeah, so it grapples you about the waist. And since you are a sensing, you sense significant astral power from beneath the earth. It's like this tendril is reaching out from something underground, and you hear in your head, "This name is empty. Why can I not eat this name? What manner of shielding is this?"
It's coming from underground. It's coming from underground as it's trying to grapple.
And you are immobilized.
Okay. Well, my mouth isn't, is it?
That's correct. Yeah. So just to say that you're not running away until you get free.
All right. I'm going to tell my spirit to frag that Drek.
Help. All right.
Frag that Drek.
So we'll go ahead and do that. We'll have the spirit attack.
And if I get a turn, I will.
Yeah, you'll also get a turn.
Okay. Also, did my armor help my roll earlier?
It aids your defense rating. What is your defense rating?
I never remember arms. Is that under no defense?
So it is under core combat.
DR5.
Yeah, and then you got the net hits of the spell as bonus armor, as bonus DR.
Okay.
It is not enough to gain you any edge from that.
Oh, okay. Because with my armor, I got 5 hits on last time.
Yeah. So
Okay.
your effective DR is 10.
Oh, okay.
So that's the fire spirit.
I only rolled 7 dice on mine though. On my reaction plus intuition, shouldn't I roll 10 if it's?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't give you extra defense dice. It gives you defense rating.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Defense rating is different than defense dice. Defense rating is just your body and whatever protective gear or spells you have on you, giving you an edge against someone else attacking you.
Okay.
Whereas defense rating is how fast you think, or defense dice are how fast you think and how fast your body can react. Reaction plus intuition.
So the spirit does somehow it hits the tendril.
Yay! Good spirit.
It sort of burns it away a little bit. You think a little bit more would help you, would get you free.
Okay, cool.
So that is your cue.
So I am panicking a little bit, which because I don't like being grabbed by things that infect people's minds. So my coldness of being calculated is actually going to turn into white hot energy, and I'm going to cast lightning bolt.
So you hit it.
And I take 1 stun.
You take 2 stun from that.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
But that's enough to free you from the tendril, as parts of it fall away, sort of singed and burned, and you may now run if that's what you want to do.
After I snatch the focus.
Ooh, okay.
I was going to do this careful. I was going to sense it first and see, but I'm just going to grab that chain because I assume it's a chain around. Oh, no, it's a brooch.
No, it's a brooch, but you think, unless it's like an armor jacket or something, that you could pull it, straight pull it off. But it might allow more tendrils to attack you. If you want to take that risk.
You know what? I'm going to run and tell the spirit to grab the brooch.
Incidentally, you did just get a NERP.
I did? Oh boy, NERPs!
For the focus thief.
Yes. Awesome. All right, so I'll use it as soon as I need it, but spirit is going to get the... and that's its last service.
Okay.
So as soon as it gives it to me.
And you guys are you're sort of making your way out then?
Oh yeah, I'm sprinting toward that door with my no agility.
How high is she being raised off the ground? Close to me at all?
Kiri?
No, homegirl.
No, so it's sort of grabbed her and it's like slammed her to the floor, to the ground.
How much of a shot can I call with 5 edge?
What are you trying to do?
Take the rose myself.
Ooh. Okay. With 5 edge, so you can. I mean, you can't like shoot it and grab it because you're kind of a ways down. But
I want to disappear and try to, like a rogue, take the I can even wait until the fire spirit tries to engage it. Whatever opportunity would make it easy for me to take it myself and conceal it and not let anybody know that I did.
Okay.
For the mansion.
Wow. So you could attempt this. You could attempt this either now, or you can, because we're playing a little fast and loose with the initiative order.
Right,
You can sort of wait until after the fire spirit tries.
I don't know if I could take a fire spirit. but if there's a way in all the chaos that I could
there's certainly enough chaos. So with 5 edge, you could. So I will let you with 5 edge. You can sort of jump down there, but you'd be inside.
Mm-hmm.
And grab the thing. Maybe grab the thing and make it a good chunk of the way out. That would be you'd be done.
Yeah, as stealthily and as unscathed as possible.
Okay, so I will ask you for a couple of things.
Okay.
First will be a athletics check.
Okay. So I'm going to commit to this. I'll spend 5 edge to try to get the rose stealthily.
Okay.
Athletics check?
Yep. Remember, I think you have +3 agility.
Right, yeah. Nice.
Which will be wearing off. I think it's going to be wearing off this turn.
Okay.
And then a stealth check.
Stealth. Which is also agility. Oh.
Okay.
I still have 2.
Wow, were you maxed out on edge as well?
Yeah, because I got that gift.
Yep.
And
technically, I think you have. Do you have attribute mastery agility?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Just to be sure, I'll re-roll 2 misses.
All right.
Can't mess around. 2d6.
Especially given what you're trying.
I don't know what I tried.
Oh, so it's 3 it is. We're not doing so hot on edge re-rolls tonight. So I need to make a perception test.
Yay!
Oh, hang on. It's supposed to roll.
That's the fire spirit. Well, that's fine.
Let's also roll its intuition. Okay. So you jump down. You sort of swoop the. You do indeed rip the rose off of her jacket and tuck it into yours. And you're sort of making your way out this way. Because the edge, so over here is the edge, the other edge. There's no door there, but you're thinking just like before, you could break through a plate. And you're kind of away from, and you got a lot of trees between you and stuff. But you think maybe the fire spirit saw you.
So have I broken the plate already and I'm outside?
No, you're right at the plate. So you could break it now. I think you could break it now, but you'd have to And we're playing fast and loose, but we get to act before you get to exit the building.
Fuck it. I'll break it. I'll break the plate.
All right. So you kick through the plate. The fire spirit does come up to there. And you hear this sort of, if flames could talk, you hear, hand it over. You hear in this sort of crackly, almost fireplace voice.
I don't know what you're talking about. Fight the spirit. Let me get out of here. Can I throw my grenades at the vines? Not at the fire spirit.
Yeah, you can throw. So we'll come back around. So by now everybody else has exited the building, and it's just you and the fire spirit and the vines. And in fact, one of the vines is in range of the fire spirit.
I assume the fire spirit would be telling me what was going on.
You are mentally linked with it. So, to a certain extent, you see what it sees.
So if I'm outside the building, I know he is. Is he dual natured as an adept?
Dual natured, no.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to walk around the building to.
So as far as you know, he is not a sensing.
Okay.
You're talking about Mr. Bell, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm going to run around the building to join the spirit from the other side.
Okay, so that'll be a while.
Yep. But
does she know what I'm doing? Like, how much does the spirit know? And then how much does Curie know in relation? You don't know everything from that I just said. You think Sarah does.
So you think it saw something. Whether you know what spirits can do, you might have some idea. I mean, because you have some idea of magic, you know typically what a spirit knows, its summoner knows.
So meta play.
But I need to roll for it.
I literally told it to get it, and then you went for it. So it is focused on the focus.
I need to roll a defense roll for the fire spirit. And then the fire spirit needs to re-roll all 6 of its successes. And still dodges. Okay. So another tendril does in fact reach for the fire spirit and fails to catch it. Mr. Bell, you are out of the building.
And then I will throw as many grenades as I can, in a turn, back inside after the tendril.
So each one is major action.
I think I can only do one.
If you want to move, you can probably only do one.
But I'm already outside, right? Or moving is one.
Moving is one, which would take you outside.
Oh, okay. I'll just throw one back then.
Okay.
And I'll say to the spirit, try it, to the fire spirit. Try hard, little buddy.
Wow.
But I'm throwing it at the vines.
All right. Go ahead and make an athletics test.
Okay. And my boost is up, right?
So your boost is expired. So technically, I need to have you make a body plus willpower test for drain.
Okay. There's no button for that, right? Drain button.
You might have a drain button under magic.
Oh, it's logic plus willpower. That's what it says here.
It should be body plus willpower.
Okay. Ooh, this is my first time doing whatever this is I'm doing.
2 is what you needed.
Oh, okay.
So you take no drain. Okay, and so with that, with this sort of Benny Hill series of events we've got going on here, we're at the 9 o'clock hour, and so we'll take our first 5-minute break. And welcome back, NPCs. We now have this this chase going on. Not really. So what we have is Mr. Bell has just jumped down and taken the power focus off of Ishioka Mari's body. Meanwhile, the spirit has also been tasked to retrieve the focus. So both of them are on their way out of the building.
Oh, the grenade. What happened with the grenade?
Oh, yes, the grenade. So the grenade... the tendril does take a little bit of damage. Not as much as you would expect for plants, though. So maybe this tendril thing isn't entirely plant material. And with that, you exit the building. The fire spirit is in tow. So it's following you out.
I will vanish, and I will begin running back to join the group in this direction.
You're going clockwise around the dome, essentially. We have this chase around the dome. Not really. I mean, you eventually sort of catch up with the crew.
Speaking of Benny Hill, the music is playing, and we're running around the dome.
The whole yakety sax.
Yeah.
We can't actually play it, or we'll be kicked off.
Yeah.
It's very close, but not copyrighted music.
Yeah.
So you rejoin the van, and the spirit rejoins you, Curie.
I say to Mr. Bell, show me the focus.
The focus?
The
What
rose
do you mean?
brooch.
Ah, here you are. And I'll even hand it over dramatically, like in a movie.
How,
Sort of.
Yeah, exactly.
before I touch it, I'd like to sense it.
Okay. Yeah, because you hadn't gotten a really good look at it yet.
Nope.
And I'm smiling, but my eyes are serious.
So, the usual Mr. Bell.
Yes.
So with 3 hits, you see that it is a power focus. Its force is lower than you. And that is it.
Cool, it's safe. I'm going to take it.
All right.
I'll look at Violet and say, all right, if this is my payment instead of the new yen.
I mean, if that's what you want to do, that's fine. If you start pointing fingers and things start turning gold, we will have to take it away from you. I do have a few cans left. They seem to be very effective.
Let's actually, that's a good point, Violet. Why don't we test this and see what happens? I'm going to go ahead and lightning bolt the dome, because whatever's in there with that plant thing, it needs to light up and burn in hell. So
you basically try to burn down the dome.
yeah.
with the understanding that you have not bonded to the power focus.
Oh, I have to do that first? I didn't.
Yes, you have to bond to it before you
I
get
have to attune in D&D terms?
It's much worse than that because bonding a focus costs you karma, as you know.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
In the case of a power focus, it costs you a not insubstantial amount of karma.
Oh.
Cool. Well, I know how I'm leveling up. So
How long does that take to do? Is it like a
I don't think the rules are specific about how long it takes. It's kind of assumed that it's downtime, though.
Oh.
Yeah,
because you're spending a lot of karma.
Yeah, I think it's more that karma spend. So
yeah, that's the big thing. And for a Force 3 power focus, which is what you thought it was before.
Ooh.
All you know from sensing it this time is it's smaller than you are.
Yeah, I'll take a better look at it when I'm home.
But if it is indeed a Force 3, that's 18 karma.
All right, so within the next 2 to 3 months of game, I will
Hashtag long-term goals.
Yeah, it's and then whatever consequences come with it. But I plan on, when I'm staring lovingly at it at home later, I'll get another read on it.
So we'll bring us back to the splash page.
How come I have a feeling that there's going to be a scene where Mr. Bell tries to rob me, or burgle me?
burgle you? Don't sleep by me. Sleep with one eye open. No, just kidding.
Looks like I won't be lodging at the Green Mansion,
Okay.
where horrible things happen.
But there's a room just for you.
Yeah.
Violet,
there's a weird energy between Mr. Bell and Curie.
I wasn't going to say anything, but you never know what love looks like. It takes its own forms with its own folks.
That's what I was thinking. Well, let's see what happens.
So you're all in the van. Where are you going at this point? You're driving away from a burning dome.
So
did we achieve what we came here to do?
I believe that Violet's fan was investigating Miss Mari, and we instead killed her.
So what has happened is that we have killed the individual that Mr. Denny was investigating. No, I'm sorry, I got that backwards. Actually, we did. So we killed the individual that hired Mr. Denny to do the investigating, and we killed the individual that Mr. Denny was investigating. So there's been a lot of murder lately. But I feel like in this particular instance, it's all balanced out because now there's nobody left to investigate or be investigating. And poor Mr. Denny's just a statue. Oh, did we determine that he was dead under all that gold casing?
I mean, how would he be breathing?
Well, I don't know. Maybe they're nose holes or something.
Magic is weird.
Did you look? I did not look. If there was no...
I don't believe there was a straw. So I'm unclear, but that would be the only thing I'd like to check.
Well, yeah, there's that really old cartoon movie where these like gargoyle statues that live on top of this cathedral, like when they're not stoned, they can breathe and stuff. So I mean, why not this guy if we ungold him?
Did they get turned stone by that weird hand? Because then this would all make sense and be very nicely related.
We still don't know anything about the hand, if it's involved with this.
It was part of his collection, and so was the brooch.
We could check. We could turn around and check the farmhouse and see if there was anything in there.
Do you think that underground plant, whatever, is going to get us if we stick around?
I mean, it's possible. Also, Roland, I hate your face.
I didn't say anything.
I know.
Tell me to check out the farmhouse.
The smug look of politely following the conversation upsets me. You got a magic item, I got a magic item. Let's back off now. All right. Yeah, I mean, we could check. I don't know where the hand would have ended up if not with her.
Well, maybe she's got other things that she has burgled from other folks.
Let's look.
The farmhouse. And I U-turn towards wherever that is.
And the spirit is gone. And my
It's behind you.
the other thing. How long does the stim patch?
1 hour.
Cool. So
How
I've got a
knocked out
rest.
would you be?
The clock is
Very
ticking.
knocked out. Could perhaps we come back and investigate the farmhouse later? After a nice car nap?
I mean, I don't think it's going anywhere. Do we know if she had any relatives who might come poking around, looking and see that she's got no back of her head?
I mean, if she's been possessed by something for this long without anyone noticing.
Respectfully, Miss Violet, if we've achieved what we came here to do, I must return back.
That is fair. Miss Curie, if you want to come back, I will be happy to come with you. And we do have compensation for this job, which I guess we've completed. To the best of our ability, because the person we would talk to cannot talk back to us.
All right, I killed him. Okay, yes.
That was not a judgment, Miss Nova. That was just a fact.
But you know what? Now we can go and go through her shop if we want to now, because I mean, technically she doesn't own it because she's dead.
That I'm fine with. But the other thing to keep in mind too is what follow-up questions are there, Violet. So, I mean, we don't know who he was investigating for. We don't know who his client was.
No, his client was the other person we killed.
Oh, it was the technomancer.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So there are literally no one else to talk to about any of this that we know of.
Right. But I do have concerns about how a spirit came to possess this woman and what that thing was that managed to live underground, because a spirit, at least in the astral, cannot cross through Earth. So it's manifested if it's a awakened being. Clearly it's an awakened being, but...
Well, maybe this sounds like we all go take a nap, dispense payment, do a little bit of research, and then maybe come back out for some more investigating. We've got some clear ideas of what we want to look at.
I would like to know that creature is dead.
I mean, I have no problem setting fire to dirt if it's going to work.
With that, I recline in the van and...
So the stim patch at this point wears off. So go ahead and take 7 boxes of stun.
I'm unconscious.
As we drive, periodically you see my eyes look into the rear view. Just periodically looking at Curie.
And Curie, if you have any extra boxes of stun, they do become physical.
Ooh.
I have 1 box of physical.
Okay. The fun dangers of stim patches. So you're driving. Are you driving to? So you drive sort of past the Talismonger shop, Mari's farm, and go and make memory tests. Those of you who are still conscious.
You know, with all this edge, I just reroll my failures.
Yikes.
Do it.
So, Mr. Bell, you sort of drive past, and you guys see that you're driving past. The memory of this place is becoming pretty fuzzy. It's like, I mean, you've been here. You think Curie slumped over right over there and went inside astrally. You're not quite sure why.
Just to do with this shop, right? We still remember about the farm and all that stuff, right?
Now that you mention it, it's a little hazy. It's really hazy to you, Mr. Bell.
Yeah.
The rest of you, so Violet and Nova, I mean, you remember you were there. You remember you had a firefight there. Really, what you're having trouble putting your finger on is the name, and eventually, since Fisher's also in the backseat, he sort of pulls up the file that you guys had, and the file is the only reason you remember the name Ishioka Mari.
Mr. Bell, can you sense magic?
Can I, Bob?
So you do have astral perception, right?
I can. I say.
I don't believe you have the sensing skill.
Oh, I guess not. No.
You're not terribly good at it. Oh, sorry, the astral skill.
I can only see in astral.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like,
Can you see an astral? Is there anything affecting our memory? Do you think maybe it's a spell? Curie, wake up! And then I just crawl into the backseat and shake her. Like I was hallucinating.
when she asks that question, wherever we are driving, I come to a stop.
Okay.
And I perceive an astral, and I'll turn around and look at everybody.
I mean, you see everybody. There's no more fire spirit. But you see the five of you in the vehicle.
I'm afraid I don't see anything.
Is he able
And
to unskilled?
Say what?
Can Mr. Bell unskilled roll for this?
No, astral skill cannot be used untrained. Now, I think there's an edge action you might be able to do for that. Maybe.
I don't have any more edge.
I would like to give Edge to give him one.
Let's see. We'll call it 2 edge. For now, 2 edge will do it until I find out differently. So it costs you 4 edge to give him those 2 edge.
Violet, you got any edge to give him?
Sure, I can give him 2 edge if you can give 2 edge.
Excellent, done.
All right, so you each lose 2 edge, and Mr. Bell, you gain 2 edge, which I think you're now going to use for an astral test, untrained.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you don't have to, but I think that was the idea.
Well, that's what I was asked to do, so...
Yep. So it's an unskilled intuition test. And you're spending the 2 edge in order to gain the ability to do that.
Just regular intuition?
Yep.
One hit.
Okay, so you see some things you haven't seen before. I mean, you can sort of use the auras that you're seeing sort of make sense to you. Fortunately, I still have my sensing table up. One hit doesn't get you much, but you do find, I mean, you get kind of what you expect, that Violet and Curie are both awakened. Fisher and Nova are both mundane. You sense like different sparkles around each of them that tell you that. You don't sense any. I mean, it's hard to tell because you've never really seen like this deep into their auras before, but you don't sense any outside influence.
Do you think
the rose is definitely magical.
Do you think that accessing something like this, without being like, I'm not supposed to be able to do this, right, Bob? So as a member of my order, in the condition that I am, do you think that would affect me at all in any way? This is like the.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
Dang it, we're all gonna get murdered by Mr. Bell now. I triggered it. It was a bad ask.
Well, Bob has to make it up on the fly, so we'll see what he comes up with.
So yeah, you I mean, it's kind of hard, but I mean, you're kind of, you can't help but sense yourself, and you do sense. Wow, so there are all sorts of things that could happen with one hit. General state of the subject's health, and general emotional state of the subject, and you get. I mean, on yourself, your aura is really a jumble. I mean, you've never noticed it before, but your aura is definitely a jumble. Like something has messed with you astrally. But beyond that, you can't really tell.
Okay. So I kind of blink out of that. That's odd. And then I turn back around in my seat. That's it.
Are we okay, Mr. Bell?
Violet. Hi, Violet. You seem okay to me.
Okay.
And you do, Violet. You definitely sense that it's the flip of the switch that you're kind of used to seeing from Mr. Bell.
And I only have empathic sense, so I can't do a full sensing.
Although it occurs to you that, I mean, that might be some information at least.
Sure. Since we're here, since the car has been safely taken off the side of the road, don't ascend and drive, kids.
Important safety tip.
Mm-hmm. All right, so it's intuition plus perception from me.
And let me pull up empathic sense. Okay. Oh, that's interesting.
Now, I do. So I also have enhanced perception, which gives me an edge. It says when observing a detail or making a perception test to find something hidden.
Yep. And this is a perception test, and there's definitely hidden stuff about Mr. Bell.
Okay.
So that'll be worth some edge.
All right. So then I'm going to take that edge, and I will go ahead and try to reroll all my failures
Ooh.
and spend the 4 edge to do it.
Okay.
So I'll reroll 8 dice.
Reroll 8 dice.
There we go.
So 5.
This is much better than 2.
Okay, so you do get the full table within limits. Yeah, so you really haven't looked at Mr. Bell in that sort of detail before. But something's not right about him. It's like you sense there are personalities that have been jumbled. You sense that there are memories that have just gone. And with 5 hits, you sense there is another signature, another emotion that is buried like a seed in his psyche.
But it's not a monad situation.
It is not a monad situation.
What's that mean?
That's what I. That's what I.
no.
That's what I said. That's interesting about, because the sensing table does not mention sensing monads,
No.
but
No.
the empathic sense power does.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that.
For some reason, you're pretty sure it's not a monad. For some reason, though, you get a feeling it's potentially far, far worse.
Okay.
I don't like that. I don't like that. you hear from the back. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Yeah.
What's a monad?
So in Shadowrun lore, there is something called CFD. I can't remember the full phrasing.
Cognitive fragmentation disorder.
That's it. Basically, sentient AI get into your brain and overwrite you.
Oh.
And sometimes they want to go to Mars, and sometimes they don't.
Don't like it.
Remember that gear in the what book is it? It's the combat book, Firing Squad. Remember that gear in Firing Squad that you were looking at, like the collapsible stock you were looking at originally, that I said was only from that was best for monads. Because all the stuff in Firing Squad that's by Evo is designed by monads.
Oh.
For monads.
Oh. Okay. I'll do some reading after this.
So Violet is going to take stock of what she's observed, and then she'll say, "So, Mr. Bell, I know that I did not go through the proper channels for your assistance. However, we did get some Nuyen for this, and I would like to distribute that to you. Is there some sort of procedure I need to follow for that, or can I just..."
Simply handing over the credits will be just fine.
And so you get 5,000 Nuyen. And that's everybody.
You can split mine, because I said my payment was the rose.
Then you get 6,000. Everyone gets an extra 1,000 Nuyen. Yeah, that's
All right.
that math works.
Fisher says.
And I guess an extra 1,000 for Bob.
Score.
Because I realized that 5 divided by 4 is not 1,000.
I just figured you were taking the extra 1,000 for yourself.
No. No, I would take the extra 1,000 to go towards a funeral. Benny.
Oh, that's fair.
They could put him in the mausoleum. How much do you think he's worth?
That is not something that I have any kind of access to. And I'd be scared to start asking around.
All right, so money has been dispersed.
Well, I'm still really confused about why my memory is all getting weird.
That is concerning.
Oh, yeah. Do you want to replay the question about the credits? I'll be like, what did we even do to get this?
And Fisher says, well, you gave him a copy of the file, but he beams a copy to everybody and says, my memory's getting kind of fuzzy. I find I need this as a reminder for who it was we dealt with back there.
I'm sure we're all just tired. We've been up since, some of us anyway, have been up since 5, 6 o'clock this morning. I'm sure when we sleep it off and wake up in the morning, it'll all be fine.
I doubt it, but okay.
So you guys then keep driving out of there, or do you stop by the shop, or what do you do?
If we remember to stop by his shop, that'd be cool.
Yeah, you can do that. After looking at the file again, the file had Mari's farm. It had some reconnaissance photos from inside that Denny took. So you're sort of refreshing your memory about this. Really, the only thing that keeps slipping your mind, you have to look at it like 2 or 3 times every time you look at it, is the name Ishioka Mari.
Wait a minute. Did that lady get eaten by that plant?
Yes, now you're remembering the plant, and you heard in your head that her name was nourishing to it.
Oh.
Oh my god. I think I figured out magic, you guys.
What is it? What's the secret?
The magic thing. The magic lady's name. And that's why we're having a hard time remembering this lady. Because her name got eaten.
Isn't that some sort of fairy thing? That's
As a matter of fact, yes, that is a fairy thing or whatever.
That seems like something that you would know about because you know things about many things.
Yes.
Hashtag Q for Novafacts. So yeah. Okay.
I was just going to encourage us to go check out the shop again.
Yep. So the van does pull up to the shop. Unless Mr. Bell really wants to go someplace else, because he's the one driving.
Nope. If I was asked to go to the shop, that's where I would go. But I think after this, I'm going to give control of the van back to
Fisher,
because I don't think he would let me continue to drive.
Yeah, he's been kind of uncomfortable in this middle seat that is clearly not made for trolls. And you've had, by contrast, a lot of extra room in the front seat, which is made for trolls. So it's that, yeah, you're driving like this, and you're having trouble reaching the pedals. It's like when you get the car back from the valet and they've had to slide the seat all the way up. So you pull up to the shop, and by now it is it's about 3:30 p.m. now.
How long has it been since we left the greenhouse?
You know what? We'll call it 4 o'clock. So it's been a couple of hours. So Curie has passed out and now has a chance to make a body plus willpower test to heal a few boxes of stun. So that we don't have to have Curie not appearing in this scene.
I mean, all right, so I got 2 hits so far.
Yeah, I saw body and willpower.
So I have no physical left now, and...
Oh, no, the physical remains. You're healing
okay.
stun boxes.
Oh, okay. So just 2 stun boxes then?
Yep.
All right, I can wake up, but I'm very, very hurt.
Mm-hmm. You're probably at, what, -3 to everything now?
Yep.
And is that when we
on another stim patch? It'll be fine.
is that like when we arrive, when she wakes up, or all on the way?
Almost on cue.
When you open your eyes, it's me standing in front of you. You're awake, Curie. We're back at the shop. You should come and join us.
How close are you? Because if you're like right here, I'm casting Ice Spear.
No, I'm not Aegis. No, I'm standing out just right by the door.
Okay.
The van's probably not big enough to do that. But yeah, you wake up and you sort of glance over and he's at the door.
Smiling and staring.
And perhaps this is the one moment in your life you wish he had gone invisible when he stepped out.
I search my pockets for the rose.
Is the rose still there?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I kind of like weakly lift myself from the back seat and start trying to climb out of the van.
Okay.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
We're checking the store again.
All right.
I don't remember why.
Do I remember why?
You had an investigation that brought you here. You're not sure who you're investigating, though.
I must have.
You can't.
Overdone it.
You can't remember the name somehow. But the place has a sign out front that says Mari's Farm.
All right. Let's go, I guess. What are we looking for?
I have written in marker on my arm fairies and then an alligator eating mouth thing and then Ishioka Mari name exclamation mark.
Okay. Are you showing this to anybody, or is that just your so you remember it?
So that I remember it, and then if I hear anyone else forgetting, I'll remember to look at it, and then I share.
Yeah, so you as you're finishing drawing, you hear Curie forgetting the name, and so you look down again at it. And you look down again at it.
Yep. I've had time to think about my Jeopardy trivia, and fun fact, if you give a fairy your name, it has power over you and can sometimes take over your body and control you. So, possession. Best way to counter it is to find out the fairy's name and use it against them.
All right.
Hashtag Novavax.
So, why are we here?
You're a magic person. This is a magic store. The person is dead. I guess have at it.
I'll walk in the door and flip to Astrovision as I look around, like with a migraine.
So yeah, you look around. You can go ahead and make a sensing test with your wound modifier.
Astral signatures or no?
Sure.
All right, that was.
And this is as you're walking into the shop, right?
Yep.
Okay. Ooh, that is an uncomfortable number of ones.
Let's see. What did I get?
It's not a glitch, but it is an uncomfortable number of ones.
Oof. Oof. Listen, it's the migraine and it's the magic hangover.
Yeah, so, I mean, with 2 hits, I mean, you're not seeing as clearly as you normally would. It's, I mean, you're feeling it. Whether it's all the casting or the stim patch hangover or whatever. You do sort of look in astrally. The thing that was hanging from the skylight before is not there.
Oh, okay. Well, that
you see
makes
this
sense.
life. There is life in here, and of course, the area inside appears to have a background count that is aspected toward plant.
Okay.
But you see, there's a sort of a shop area with a lot of like house plants and like a whole bunch of like different house plants that you might get herbs from. And there's a room and there's a door in back that from the surveillance photos would have led to an office. And there's another door in back that the surveillance photos indicate leads to a restroom.
All right, I'll just kind of make my way like through the shop, kind of slowly, just looking around at everything and taking my time since like I kind of have one eye open because it's bright. Or is there bright and it hurts?
Mm-hmm. It hurts. And yeah, right about now, yeah, you've got, it's not like high noon, but you do catch the glimpse of the sunlight coming through the skylight. Perhaps a little too bright at times.
Yeah, I hiss a little bit at it.
Hashtag totally not a vampire.
Yeah. I put on my goggles. Hey, I haven't worn these in a while.
Okay, are you the only one going in, or is everybody else going in?
I'll go in.
Okay.
I'll go in last. Kind of stand by the door. I don't have any desire.
Fisher's in the van.
Mr. Bell, you may want to keep an eye on our friends at the fruit stand. Make sure they don't get too suspicious.
Oh, yeah.
Certainly. I do that.
So does Violet go in?
Yeah, she'll go in.
Okay. So you guys go in, and sure enough, I mean, you see the storefront. There's a little counter up in front with a matrix terminal. There's that door. There's a door off to the side that leads to an office, and the door in back that leads to a bathroom.
So as I walk just the main floor, and like behind the cash register and stuff, nothing pops out at me.
You can see assorted reagents around. I mean, if you're looking to rob the place, you could stock up on reagents.
That's what I'm thinking about doing right now. Like,
All
that's
right.
fine. I'll pocket some of those. I have lots of pockets in my lab coat.
All right, so Curie's going through the shop, just sort of yoink, yoink, yoink. We'll say you get. I mean, you're sort of looting the place. You'll get, let's say, 100 drams of reagents.
Yay! Okay. I guess I'll go to the office next.
Okay. So you open the door to the office, and in there you see there's a little cot in back, like it sort of wraps around. There's a little cot, but as soon as you walk in, there's a desk with some paperwork, and sort of off to the side is a box about square base, maybe about a foot square by 2 feet tall.
What kind of lid?
It's all wood.
So it's just
it's like a small crate.
okay. So how would you open the box?
So you could. I mean, the top would come off.
Okay. I think about levitating it, but I'm just gonna open it with my foot because if I pass out from casting an easy levitate,
That'd be embarrassing.
It'd be pretty embarrassing. So.
So you do sort of a high kick because it's on the desk, and you're trying to kick the.
I lean against the door and just kind of like toe it, you know.
Okay. So yeah, you eventually you do manage to kick the lid off without knocking the box over.
And then I peek.
You peek in, and there is a gold gilded rose there.
Yeah, so looking with my astrovision,
Sure.
can I make a fresh roll on that, or?
You may make a fresh roll on that. Okay.
3 hits, a little bit better.
So everyone's getting a rose this episode.
Apparently, Curie's getting them all. But as you look in, you look in it astrally. This is not a power focus.
Okay.
It is a simple gold gilded rose, but you're sure there is a spell on it. And you think, because of your magical experience, there's some sort of alchemical preparation on it.
So, like, touch it and burn or something like that. Like,
Something like that, yeah.
Or turn into gold.
that's that. Listen, the hangover is slowing me down. Okay. I want to be like, hey, Fisher, come pick this up. But instead, I'm going to. First thing I want to kind of do is, you know how like they wrap plants and stuff in like a paper kind of thing. I want to find something that I can like touch on the rose and see if it's going to affect the paper or whatever.
Yes, you pick up a piece of paper from the desk and you touch the rose with just the paper.
Yeah.
And nothing happens.
All right. So I'm going to.
While Curious thinking about that, we're at our 10 o'clock hour, so we'll take our 10-minute break. And welcome back. We are about to see Curie experiment with the rose, I think. The second rose.
Yes.
That she's just found in Mari's farm's office.
Step 1. I use the paper to like carefully, without ever making contact with the gold, to scoop up the rose, kind of like sandwich. So okay, here's a pen, and here's my paper. So I'm going to kind of get it underneath, and then pick it up.
So the rose is vertical in the box.
Oh, it's standing up.
Yeah, it's standing up.
Magic.
Like Beauty and the Beast.
All right. Well then. With the paper between, I am gonna like try to scoop it up as little without touching it as possible, so that like I can kind of like
make a So as you do so, go ahead and make a, let's call it agility plus logic test.
Oh no! All right, here's agility and here's logic. Oh. Those wound modifiers, man.
So roll 3 more dice. Because you do have the wound modifiers, but only once.
Oh, okay. 2 hits.
Okay. So you scoop it up.
I did it?
You did it. You get this piece of paper wrapped around the rose, and you're kind
of... And I'm not dead?
Like precariously holding this rose wrapped in paper.
All right. So then what I want to do is go back out of the office and touch it to a plant. Because living, and see what it does.
Sure. So yeah, you touch it to the plant, and that plant, it's like it's freezing and frost is going over it, but it's gold. It's instantly, the plant is gilded.
Hey guys, we're rich.
And you see now the magic is drained from the rose you're holding.
It's regular gold rose now?
Yep. There's like a residual signature, like you can sense the spellcaster signature, but the active magic is gone. It's like it's a one-time thing.
So looking back at the flower then that I just turned gold, does that have the spell on it now?
There is a spell active on it, yes.
And the original one's still gold.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that means that they didn't replace the rose in that Technomancer's place. They just transferred the magic.
I guess so.
But then I have some questions, and I don't. Okay. So if Mr. Denny is gold plated, but this is also gold plated, can you break it up in a little bit so everyone gets a gold seed? It seems like it moves from one to the other.
Well,
And as you're asking this question, the plant that you touched with the rose begins to decrystallize, and it's just a plant now.
So it's temporary?
It's temporary.
But it was in the box as gold.
I sense it.
So there's the signature of a spell that was like the residue of a spell. But that spell is expired.
Is it back on this thing?
Do you touch it?
I sense it.
It is not back on that thing.
I try to touch it to a plant again.
Okay. Doink.
All
Nothing.
right.
So you're pretty sure whatever the plant in the box was a one-time
Decoy.
possibly an alchemical preparation, possibly a decoy or a trap. Yes.
So I know that Nova's being super quiet right now, but I did hear about this thing that I know she would want to talk. That's a stone for philosophy or something.
Are you talking about the Philosopher's Stone?
Probably.
The myth about eternal life.
And also, doesn't it turn like lead to gold or teeth to gold or something like that?
I believe that there was something about it turning something to gold. I don't remember the legend.
She does interject with a Nova fact that the Philosopher's Stone was a legendary item that alchemists would use to turn lead to gold.
But there's also that hand. I don't know where this originated. It's possible that some sort of spell was just placed on this item since it doesn't seem to retain the magic ability.
Is there any labeling on the wooden box?
Nope.
Let's search the rest of the office.
Okay. So you search the rest of the office. Go ahead and make a perception check.
Violet, I'll keep looking in the astral if you look in the physical.
I can do that.
That stim patch hangover is getting to you.
I really hurt. I'm fascinated, but thinking is painful.
I get that sometimes too.
So Violet, you do get an edge from your perception adept power because you made a perception test. Yeah, so you're looking around the office, and you're having to remind yourself every once in a while. Yes, this is Ishioka Mari's place, and you find that there are some papers in there. You find actually a card that looks like maybe it's an old Valentine's Day card. And you open it up. It's sort of it's like a heart, and it's got all sorts of flowers around it. And it's signed Freddie.
Signed Freddie?
Freddie.
So Sorry, my dogs are growling.
Yeah.
I did not write down, was Freddie the first name of Denny? Because that was his
It is
Dennis.
not.
Okay.
It's the guy from the Stuffer Shack.
I thought that was Franco. Or Ferdinand? I can't remember.
Yeah, you can't remember his name either. You think it's an F name.
Oh,
The spirit has eaten his name, too. The Stuffer Shack spirit.
Well, I will share that with the group.
Okay. Peter Denny Denton.
Thank you.
And you find a couple of cred sticks around, and there's a matrix terminal that Fisher will eventually hack, and it's basically the business records of the shop. But the two cred sticks each have 580 on them.
Selling the gold rose would be a nice reward as well.
But there is no gold rose anymore, is there?
The original one that was in the box is still gold.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. It's still gold gilded.
I missed that part.
It just is no longer magical.
Well, I think someone would like it. Are there any sort of like shipping manifests or anything?
No, most of it is research notes. And what you find as you sort of dig through research, so there's stuff that's like, there's arcane stuff that you're not sure about, like weird sigils, weird words, diagrams of how you might position your hands to gesture for a spell, maybe. But in one of those, there is a picture drawn of the rose, and it's hand drawn, so you can't tell if it's this rose or the one that Curie has.
Well, I will gather all those and show them to Curie. Maybe some light reading when you're feeling better.
And as you dig further in the desk, you do come across a paper deed. Actually, two of them. One for this property and one for the place you just burned.
It's in their paper, though.
It's more of a paper printout, though.
Okay.
We burned the greenhouse?
Well, let's not go so far as to say we, but one of your team burned the dome.
Oh, I didn't remember that being finalized.
Yes, there was a lightning bolt cast.
Oh,
I mean, the fire spirits also started stuff inside.
Yes.
yeah.
There were some fire spirit shenanigans. There was definitely a burning that occurred. And you're sure, now that you think of it, you're sure you heard a fire truck go by while you were driving around.
It's off the grid, though. What do they know? We'll call the fire department. Those are official deeds?
They're basically they're printouts of, like, somebody went onto the Matrix, they pulled up their deed in the official Matrix records, and they made a hard copy.
But that doesn't mean the person who was holding it necessarily.
It's not a bearer bond. It's not like I hold the paper. I own this place.
Right.
This is the 2080s, not the 1880s.
Well,
I mean,
boring.
you could do some Matrix shenanigans with your Decker.
Well, I'll gather all that stuff up and share what I've learned with the group.
Okay.
I'll check the bathroom just real quick, because sometimes people leave stuff in the tank, and
Okay. So you do check the tank and everything. It is a clean bathroom. You don't find anything hidden in the tank. It's got just the faintest hint of a rose scent in here that is above and beyond what is outside.
Anything in the astral?
No.
Right, and I'll just search real well, like under the sink and all of that.
Sure.
For I'm just glad there's not a gilded poo. That would be really mean.
I did not intend to make a poop joke tonight, but now that you've done it,
You gave us a bathroom.
And the rose smell is a byproduct.
because real people have bathrooms.
All right.
I guess I should have glossed it over because technically the bathroom in this case has no part of the story.
What about the ceiling panels? Anything up there? Stand on the toilet?
Sure. You sort of look up there and you do find there's a it's essentially a go bag. You're all too familiar with the runner's go bag. It's essentially a survival kit, and there's a pistol inside.
All right. Good to have.
So I assume you take that. You can go and put those on your sheet, or give them to whomever. And you guys have fully looted this place as much as, as much as one really can.
All right, I'm finished here.
Okay.
Back to the farmhouse, or wait until I'm feeling better?
I do believe that's your call, Miss Curie.
I would love at least one more hour of a nap.
Mr. Bell, can we...
I'm doing what you told me to do. I'm doing what you told me to do, and I'm watching the fruit stand.
Those poor farmers are probably very uncomfortable right now.
So no, by now they've closed up the fruit stand because it's going on 5 o'clock. You know what? I will, since you haven't really exerted yourself in this last hour, Curie, I will allow you to make a resting test.
Ooh. All right, let's do body plus.
You're going to ruin your reputation.
Oh wait, hold on, no wounds. All right, so 2 boxes.
All right.
I'm at a -2 now.
Well, that's something.
Yeah. We can go, I guess.
No, I will hand Mr. Bell one of the 500 UN sticks as we're coming out. This is to retain your services for a little while longer, if you don't mind.
Sure thing.
So you switch places again with Fisher, and you're driving to the farmhouse? Is that what I heard?
Nope. He would probably drive.
So remember, the farmhouse is off the grid, off the paved road.
Oh, right.
So there's the potential for a driving test involved.
Do we remember where it is?
Because you're going over your notes again, you do find yourself having to consult your notes again. But I mean, you do remember that you had a fight out in this dome. And you have a vague recollection that there's a farmhouse nearby. It's really the only thing you're having trouble remembering is the name.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right, let's get this over with. Get out of the car to search. I want to look as we go past the dome, a sense, and see if there's any ground movement or whatever in the astral.
So the dome is over top of it. It's like it's already been it's like the fire department's been here and gone.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So it's like the burned and soaked.
There's not a bunch of dead
dome.
firefighters.
No, they've gone by now.
Okay.
So it's been like 3 hours.
That's hope. Well, I mean, dead firefighters from a vine plant thing that's trying to kill everyone.
Since you mention it,
Oh, geez.
no.
All right. Yeah, let's get it over with.
So you go up to the farmhouse, and it's like I said, it's probably a couple hundred meters from the dome. There is, as you're sort of going up to it, you do notice there's like a fence line. I mean, it's seen better days, but there is a fence line there. So who owns the farmhouse may not be who owned the dome.
Oh.
What were the two deeds for? You said one was the shop. Was the other for the farmhouse or the dome?
The dome.
Okay.
Oh.
And you do see it's sort of it's demarcated. You sort of look up the map and everything, and it's just like the area around the dome. It's a separate piece of property from the farmhouse.
Well, this was a waste of time.
Really? Wait.
Does it
So
look
you're
like
saying
we're going
neighbors?
home?
Yeah, it looks like people. You see some movement inside the farmhouse. You see some people sort of around back. You see somebody bringing in. They've got like a sack of something they're bringing in.
We probably don't want to loot something with people there.
I doubt it's even related to her, but knowing the astral signatures of what we were fighting and of her, why don't I just astrally check it out quickly and see if there's... Yeah.
Okay. So you slump back in your seat in the van, and you can go ahead and make another sensing test. Oof.
I'm struggling, guys.
Uh-huh.
Oh, we all are. I mean, it's roll 20.
Let's roll 20. Well, but Curie, especially with her wounds, is not helping things.
Sure.
So yeah, it hurts. But you go around the farmhouse, you see this is a place, it's not like aspected toward anything. There's no background count. It looks pretty mundane to you. It's a farmhouse. It's like a working farm. It looks like there's a family sort of gathering for dinner.
And as they are, as I sense, like, the different rooms and stuff, like, aura is sometimes left behind by, like, blood or like, just life stuff, you know? Like, so do I get a sense that the person whose name I can't remember might live here, or no? Okay. All right, I'm going to go back to my body and be like, no, it's a dead end. She has nothing to do with this place.
Well, it's good to be thorough.
Right. I fall asleep.
Well, I don't have anything to do out here, so I believe we are concluded.
Yeah, so we'll wrap things up here. We have one more short break, and then I think we have a last chance for people to enter the drawing.
Yep. #RemPC, bits and subs. So do it to get your last chance to win the Shadowrun PDF we are giving away tonight. But we'll be back in 5 minutes or so. Yep. And then we'll do the drawing.
And welcome back. So now that we have closed the case of the Midas Talismonger, I think we have a winner for tonight.
We do. Our winner is Ori Gwil. Ori. I'm so sorry. Origuile. ORYGUIL. Yay!
Origuile?
Appreciate you. You are the winner. Watch your sorry. Watch your Twitch whispers, because we'll be reaching out to you to get your email address to get you a copy of the PDF. Congratulations, and thank you for joining us and participating. We appreciate you. And we also we had some great gifts donated this stream. So we got Mr. Bell got 2 rounds of 4-edge. Nova got a 4-edge, and I got some nerps. So thank you guys.
I think Mr. Bell has spent one of those rounds at least.
Yeah. So thank you. We really appreciate you guys. Everything that you do donate to the stream helps us pay our cast and crew. So we really appreciate it. Let's do our around the table.
Sure.
Okay. Jen, let's start with you.
Hi, I'm Jen. I run the Geek Forge, and I also play on Tuesday nights with Bob over on the Master of Rem Twitch channel. And every other Wednesday, I play with Tom, who is our super duper tech, for more different Shadowrun. We at the Geek Forge have just recently launched our digital play planner. It's a fillable PDF, or you can print it out to get yourself organized for your Halloween or cosplay costumes. And it is gender inclusive and size inclusive in its measurement chart because it's skeleton. So if any of those things sound awesome to you, I highly recommend it. We already have a 5-star review on it. It was very
awesome. Roland, how about you?
The moment you've all been waiting for. Me to say, I don't really have much going on. What's up, guys? I'm Roland. You can find me here, mostly. But you know what? Check out Rem Alternus. Also, it's a great community. And become a Rem PC and check out all the shows. Did we do the schedule yet? Are we going to do the schedule for Rem?
Schedule? What do you mean?
Like the show schedule.
Talk about it? Yeah, you can talk about it.
Well, I can't recite it because I, for the life of me, wouldn't remember all the shows and all the times. But you know what? We'll talk about it in a minute, and you should check it out because it's good.
So what Sunday night, Roland?
Sunday night's like clockwork at a time that I can't remember.
Oh my gosh!
Monday night is Dresden, isn't it? Is Dresden on Mondays?
Monday night is Dresden,
and at a time that I also can't remember.
So you can follow us at twitch.tv/Master of Rem. And we do have a scheduled trailer right there on the channel dashboard so that you can see when we do everything. But yeah, we do Like Clockwork, which is Steampunk Fantasy D&D on Sundays. Monday is Dresden Files Paranormal Albany. Tuesday is Shadowrun 5th edition. Every other Wednesday is Shadowrun 6th edition. Thursdays we're here. Friday, alternating Fridays, we have world building chat and trivia night that you can play in if you join our Discord. And Saturday mornings should be resuming here soon. We were on hiatus, but it's coming back. D&D Episodicals 4, which is Descent into Avernus.
All that stuff, guys.
Thanks, Roland. Great job.
That's a great Curie impression.
Love ya. Bob, how about you?
So I run the aforementioned 5th edition Shadowrun game on Tuesday nights. We're running through the Chicago missions arc. We're in the middle of season 7, where in mission 0704, where our player characters are becoming the ultimate pranksters.
Sounds about right. And
but now they're getting paid for it.
Oh, well, that's good. That's good. And finally, I'm looking real quick on the fly. So I'm Sarah, or I'm Rem, the CEO of Rem Alternus. You can find us at twitch.tv/Master of Rem for like 5 to 6 days a week of streaming and shows. We have a podcast network, we have a YouTube channel and Discord community. So you should join all of those things. And next week we are taking, just kind of an announcement here. Next week we are taking the week off for Shadowrun so that we can play our monthly one-shot show. And we're going to have Gen Con TV's own Sarah from Sarah's Table, Sarah Moore. And she's going to come talk with us with her partner about her first ever Kickstarter that's launching next week for a tabletop RPG called The Crowned, which I'm very excited about. Basically, you play a god of something small and irrelevant, like god of air conditioning, god of carpet, god of depression. I don't know. Whatever you want.
Let's not gloss over this god of air conditioning.
That's a little.
So we are going to talk all about it for the pre-show, Rules of Cool, and then we're going to play it for the one-shot show. And then Emerald Glitch will be back the following week. And sad announcement is that Randy is actually leaving our cast. He's got other things that he's working on that he needs to do. But we're going to bring in Table Take's own Noir. Noir is going to be joining our cast as a new Decker or Technomancer. We're still working that out. So really excited to cross-pollinate Gen Con TV shows and get some new faces. It's all my news. Oh, and we launch a Kickstarter on Tuesday. We launch one as well. It's Nocturne by Night, which we've talked about before. It is a super villains supplement for Blood and Justice setting of Prowlers and Paragons. So that launches on Tuesday. So you can follow our social medias, get all the links, see all the things happening. There's so much. And yeah, I think that's everything. You guys, Tom, do you have anything? Voice of God?
No, everything I've got, you guys have covered already.
Cool.
So, except that next Wednesday, we will be on for Shadowrun Denver. So you get to see the end of something that changes Shadowrun Denver forever.
Ooh.
And to see if the runners do it as the meta says, as the meta plot of Shadowrun says it is, or if they blow the place up.
Cool. Let's go for blowing it up. Awesome, guys. Well, thank you so much for tuning in, and we will see you next week for the One Shot Show. Bye, guys.
Thanks, everybody.
See you.